11 million tons of CO2 in the coming 5 years on the Caribbean coast of Nicaragua. And this is with a landscape approach also. You can see here how significant the 11 million tons are compared to the annual emissions in Nicaragua. The World Bank is a big player in forests. It's committed 1.1 billion from IDA and BIRF for funds for projects with forestry. The International Finance Corporation, the bank's private finance wing, has invested $1 billion in forestry companies. And this leads to a triple triumph by improving the forests, improving the environment, improving livelihoods of local communities who depend on the forest while removing pressure from the primary forests. The Global Environment Facility, created in Rio, channels funds through multilateral organizations. It has a multiplier of 7 to 1, that for every dollar of GEF funding you receive, you have to have $7 of alternate funding too. Last year, 30 countries pledged $4.1 billion in GEF's replenishment. It deals on a priority basis with desertification, with biodiversity, and also with climate change. All three conventions of that came out of Rio 92. Then there's alternative financing also. There's green bonds. The green bonds have reached $163 billion in 2018, and that's up from $162 billion in 2017. The largest green bond fund to date has been a $2 billion fund that has been created for climate investment. And the International Finance Corporation of the World Bank has been very active in this regard. And the World Bank itself has sponsored $16 billion in green bonds. And as of September 2017, it issued 135 green bonds in national currencies. This is another aspect of the green bonds. It's not only in dollars and euros, they can also be in national currencies, opening up new financial markets. And it has done this in 132 countries, bonds worth $7.2 billion. Nigeria issued the first sovereign bond, the first green bond in Africa, and one of the uses of it is afforestation, the other restoration of forests and landscapes, and sustainable forest management. They got a GB1, Green Bond 1 rating from Moody's, which is an excellent rating. However, one size fits all never works. I'm a great proponent of green bond. I'm proposing that after the pledging conference in October, when the sovereign states that are Annex 1 have pledged their funding for the Green Climate Fund, that with the World Bank there be an issue of green bonds to match the public offering and therefore double the finance available for the Green Climate Fund. And this would have 10-year maturation. 10 years expires in 2030 at that time, which is the critical date for the 1.5 target. So the purpose of this issue would be to accelerate the work, the steps necessary to achieve the 1.5. When I say that one size doesn't fit all, and one has to be careful, is that some Caribbean countries have as much as 160% of debt as compared to GDP. And there is the danger of a debt trap for highly indebted countries. Because between 2009 and 2016, the Fed rate was 0.25% in the United States. That has now gone up to 2.5%. The Fed most recently announced a hiatus, but that can continue to rise again, depending on macroeconomic indicators in the United States and the rest of the world. And one must remember 1981, when the first tequilazo and Paul Volcker then the chairman of the Federal Reserve Bank, met with the banks that are the owners of the New York Federal Reserve. These are the Wall Street banks. And they decided that after the Mexican default, that this was not going to be a U.S. bank crisis. It was going to be a Latin American debt crisis. And the mechanism was interest rates. If you look back, and this seems incredible, LIBOR went from 3% in 1981 to 18% in 3 years. LIBOR. So you can imagine what interest rates were like in the 1980s. And the countries that have loaded themselves up with cheap petrodollar bonds in the 1980s went against the wall. And this is what's known as the lost decade in Latin America because of that rise in interest rates. So green bonds are very useful. I think they can be great, but sometimes the finance ministries can be right when they say that the indebtedness has been reached and it would be dangerous to go further on. So in the right circumstances, they're highly recommendable. Then there's restoration bonds. They generally come from private entities. And these private entities tend to have some philanthropic influences. Some of them are highly motivated in terms of climate change. These include the Athalia Fund for Climate, the Moringa Fund, the Livelihoods Carbon Fund, the Fund for Family Farming, the Landscape Fund, and the Land Degradation Neutrality Fund, among others. These private sector funds are listed in the annex to the paper that accompanies this presentation, with were available the names of the people who are the contact people, their email addresses, and their telephone numbers. Nicaragua has an interesting project financed by the Moringa Fund, which has influenced our policy very much, because there was a problem of coffee growers, especially small coffee growers, who are becoming increasingly marginal due to declining yields of their coffee plantations and a high volatility in terms of prices. So the Moringa Fund got into action, and there was a diversification of the coffee farms, both large and small, by planting trees. So they became agroforestry projects. The Arabica coffee needs shade, and instead of shade with just inexpensive, fast-growing wood, they would get into high-value tropical wood to provide the shade. And also coffee and cacao grown within the forestry areas. Nicaragua, by law, requires that each of those areas provide reserves also. As it does on the plantations, there must be reserve areas and corridors communicating the reserve areas for the biological integrity of the fauna in those areas. And here you can bring in some interesting investors. This Moringa Fund project in Nicaragua had as investors the bank of Edward Rothschild of Paris, the Yves Rocher Foundation, which is very much into forestry, out of France also. So there's opportunities here to follow up upon. Nicaragua has an integral approach, even though it's a country that's high deforestation and a declining forest cover. We do have those reserve areas to protect, but we have the problem of deforested hills, and we have to change them, transform them into reforested hillsides. And this can be done through community forestry, agroforestry, as in the example of the coffee farms, and silvopastoral projects, and plantations. This integral approach with regard to wood, with regard to bamboo, coffee, and cacao, being counted as reforestation, all of them, since they're all semi-perennials that trap greenhouse gases. It allows to link this to livelihoods of the smallholders and the indigenous and Afro-descendant communities on the Caribbean coast of Nicaragua, who now control their land and control all projects, economic projects undertaken on their land, in 23 communities who have territorial governments with the indigenous councils and Afro-descendant decision-making councils. And this constitutes 38,000 square kilometers. By comparison, El Salvador has 21,000 kilometers. And this is more than Belgium also in the land controlled by the indigenous groups and the Afro-descendant groups. And they're very much involved in the community forestry, since the largest forests are in that area. Then we have plantations that are with different types of wood. A lot of them are teak. We have the Norwegians there investing in Nord-teak, and they planted teak there. And then there's other types of plantations too, African mahogany and others. This amounts to $138 million in investment so far. And Eco-Planet Bamboo has invested $40 million in 4,000 hectares of bamboo for fiber, energy, and services. The guadua bamboo in Nicaragua, of course, it's a grass, but we count it, since it does trap CO2, as part of our reforestation. And it is very good for fiber and other uses when it's young, energy uses also. And when it's old, it's good for flooring and for making furniture, not traditional bamboo furniture, but fine furniture with flat surfaces. Then there's another target of opportunity that is not real at this moment. But if we work on it, we might be able to make it real. And that's surplus corporate cash. According to the close of business in 2015 of the stock markets, in the S&P 500 in the United States, it was 2.5 trillion in cash. In the European Union, in the FTSE DAX listed projects, exchanges of the averages, there was 1.1 trillion. In Japan, 2.4 trillion. In South Korea, 0.75 trillion in the Kospi. Now, we've met with the OECD on this issue, and they were in agreement with us that this increasing amount of idle corporate cash is negative because it does not stimulate the global economy. Both recently retired President Kim of the World Bank and the Madame Lagarde of the IMF have stated that the level of inequality in the world today is unsustainable. There needs to be redistributive policies to not have the economy get stuck up because of over concentration. And to have that much money sitting in a few hands does not stimulate the economy, does not contribute to a greater income equality. And what it should be doing is investing in stopping climate change and achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. This could be done, and it could be done fast if there was the social will and political will that the World Bank, the Inter-American Development Bank, the Banco Centroamericano de Integración Económica, and other regional banks could issue AAA bonds and disperse them through the Green Climate Fund, Jeff, the Adaptation Fund. Those are the instruments of the financial mechanism of the Convention on Climate Change, and through things like the Adaptation Fund and Forest Carbon Partnership as well. So this could be a way forward. I would like to go back to what I mentioned before, a 2019-2020 GCF green bond emission by the World Bank. If we can all work for this, we could double the public sector financing for the Green Climate Fund. There's no way to go from the billions to the trillions without involving the private sector. It won't happen. You know, in COP23, COP24, and the One World Summit in Paris, there was always an applause when someone said, the time has come to go from the billions to trillions to cover the financial gap. But there was little indication of how to do that. And the green bonds in the hands of our financial mechanism could make a meaningful contribution in that regard. Now, the only just way, the only scientific way to meet adaptation needs and the loss and damages being incurred year after year by our countries due to climate change, which is a subject that had come up in the COP in Warsaw, and the Warsaw Mechanism on Loss and Damages was passed. And it was only this year that they asked the Standing Committee on Finance where there might be finance in terms of loss and damages. So they spent 5 years studying the phenomena and only now came up with the fact that this mechanism will be useless unless there's financing to meet the loss and damages. And the loss and damages are becoming worse. We now have a new category, catastrophic loss and damage. And that could be seen in the 2017 hurricane season, where Dominica, the island of Barbuda, St. Martin's, Puerto Rico received catastrophic damages. So the only way that this can be done in a just manner and a scientific matter was presented by my president, Comandante Dan Ortega Saavedra, to the United Nations General Assembly in 2015, just before the Paris meeting. And that is that the countries who are responsible for the phenomenon produce indemnization of the countries that, without having produced the phenomenon, are suffering the consequences. This would be major transfer of funds to the country suffering the consequences. If this idea sounds very radical, please take into account that every legal and ethical system in the world, common law, Napoleonic law, the continental law derivations, contain a concept of compensation for damages incurred, paid by the person who's caused the damages to the person who's received the damages. So it's a concept that's been around for about 2,000 years and is hardly radical at all. With regard to whether this is fair for the countries that had created the problem, I would submit to you a data from UNCTAD that between 1980 and 2012, the net transfers between the developing world and the developed world was the transfer of $13 trillion from the developing world to the developed world. So the mechanisms of extraction of excedent from the developing countries did not end with colonialism, as we all know. It continues unabated. And UNCTAD is now working together with the Jawaharlal Nehru University in India to update that figure to 2018. So the technology is there. The money is there. It's just badly allocated. What is lacking is the social will and the political will. And that is where we can all play a role in helping to develop that will. These bonds, if they were issued, could be invested in renewable energy, sustainable transport, energy efficiency, reforestation and restoration, as well as the conservation and drinking water. Thank you very much for your attention.
Always interesting, Señor Excelentísimo, Paul. A lot of economics has been dealt with in his presentation, but I picked up one that I think for me was the most important, and that's the fact that the Green Climate Fund only has 1.3 billion left, and there is a pipeline of 17 billion. So, and then there is going to be a pledging conference in October. So we hope then we get more than 17 billion. But anybody who's thinking of getting money from Green Climate Fund should be very fast. That's an important economic fact. And then the pitfalls in regard to green bonds, which it can become a debt trap. Interestingly, Paul dealt with the huge amount of cash that is sitting idle, and that, you know, he's coming up with suggestion how that could be channeled for more sustainable development purposes. And importantly, he finished with that there is need for political will, because the technology is there, the resources are there, and the political will. So that's also something that the conference is looking at, how we can, you know, collectively work together to move resources more into the areas that can bring about sustainable development. Now, the last person who is going to speak from here is Sherry Spiegel, who has the freedom to comment on the presentation that has been made, but she can also bring her own experience as a director in the Financing for Development Office of the UN, and try and get some perspectives on what the way forward can be for Suriname and other countries in regard to climate finance. Sherry.
Thank you, and thanks to the really interesting presentations that I'm going to comment on. And also thank you so much to the government of Suriname for doing this conference. For those of us in DESA, it's been really a real joy to be working with you, and so thank you for having us here, and we've really enjoyed the collaboration. I'm going to start, I think, with not from my experience in DESA, but some of my experience beforehand, because I think one of the things this panel showed was the real diversity of the private sector and how much we're talking about when we talk about the private sector, even though we often lump it into one term. Excuse me. So we heard about philanthropy, we heard about SMEs, we heard about commodity firms and big companies, and the piece missing, which is my own past experience, is foreign investors, which I spent most of my life investing in developing countries and emerging markets. And so that's the other piece of the sort of private sector we're talking about. And the reason I bring that in is really inspired by the comment about all the cash that's being held outside of in big corporations. When you think about, we can take the example of green bonds for 1 second. One of the interesting things about green bonds to date is that if the World Bank or any company issues a green bond, the yield on that bond is the same as the yield on their plain vanilla bonds on their other bonds, which means that the market is not willing to pay anything extra for the fact that the bank is green, the bond is green. So in essence, they're leveraging their balance sheet with green bonds, with plain vanilla bonds, the same way. There's no difference. Now, the reason that's important is that it's telling us that the private sector is not yet willing to give up return for doing good, or at least the bulk of it. We have pockets of impact investors that measure impact as well as return, but the bigger chunk of the private sector still looks for a return on a risk-adjusted basis. So in terms of thinking about the cash that's out there, maybe I'm more pessimistic than you, because I think the only way there is a serious problem that companies are not investing cash. The result is one of the reasons why we're seeing economic growth globally is not happening to the extent that we want to see it and that we need to achieve the SDGs by 2030. But the only way to get that investment, there are incentives, there's growth, there are a whole host of issues. But to the extent that companies are not investing, which has been a problem now for a decade, there are questions as to how that money can be channeled into sustainable development and climate, et cetera. And probably the only way to really channel that is through taxes. And yet we see tax rates on corporations falling. And so in parts of the developed world. So these are just things to think about, that some of these issues about how to get the money to go from one place to another are actually incredibly complex. Therefore, the role of development banks, which was also really emphasized in some of the discussions today, is really critical. And so, and they are the ones who can really intermediate, because they're public banks with with a mandate that is not just about profit, but is also about development and development issues. So one of the things to think about is how to make use of development banks. I actually noticed that in the example that was given of Madagascar, the investor, even though it was through a private sector window or private sector fund, the main investor, at least on the screen, was the EIB, the European Investment Bank, which again is a public development bank. So how does one use development banks effectively, and how do countries use the full range of development banks, which is reasons to think about within Latin America, the IADB, the Inter-American Development Bank, as well as the CAF, the Sub-Regional Development Bank, that many countries in Latin America are part of, but not all, including Suriname. So to think about how do you access and make use of the full range of institutions that are out there that can actually intermediate some of the funds through their own leverage, through green bonds or through plain vanilla bonds, because they're all development bonds, to invest in some of these issues that are not purely profit driven. The second thing that brings me to is the issue, which is really of what we're really getting at is the issue of incentives, which is how we started the whole discussion. And as economists, we always think about incentives and what are the best incentives. And when we think about some of the mechanisms that you mentioned in your finance minister's comments, in terms of debt for nature swaps, nature bonds, et cetera, these are really, really useful and important mechanisms. The debt for nature swaps have historically been used most when a country is highly indebted to swap out of the high indebtedness. So instead of paying the money to your creditor, you invest that money in your own country, and the creditor says, we will write off a piece of that money you owe us, so that instead of that, you invested in your country in these areas that we all agree are good for your development, your SDGs, your priorities. So the ECLAC, the Latin American Commission of the UN, the Regional Commission of the UN, is now working on a program with highly indebted Latin American countries to think about some new mechanisms that could be swaps, to swap out of some of the high in debt they have for investments in the SDGs and in climate. So there can also be mechanisms for countries that are not highly indebted, and we can think about how to develop those. And so again, this really means it's not one country, it's going to be very hard to do this on your own, especially if it's going to be a new program, a new mechanism. It really means bringing countries together, working, for example, with ECLAC or ourselves in DESA, to think about what type of structures might make sense, and then what donors, because it's probably going to be donors rather than the private sector or philanthropists, are going to be willing to fund these. So these sorts of programs can be really important. There's money out there that's looking for ways to go into supporting the SDGs, and the question is to work with other countries with similar questions, to think about how do we do this together. In terms of, this brings to another question, which we heard comments about commodity cycles and really the tension that was mentioned at the very beginning, and that Raymond pointed out as well, between in protecting the environment and then the demands to meet the sustainable development goals and to develop and to ensure that no one is left behind, and where that money is going to come from, especially when growth is often driven by the private sector, and what happens during a commodity cycle when the economy slows down and everybody is affected. One thing to think about, again, is there are mechanisms to address that. These issues of commodity cycles are some of the biggest, most difficult economic questions. And so for example, Chile has commodity funds where during periods of high commodity prices, they save for periods of low commodity prices. And so it's probably really important for commodity countries to think about and to learn from the other countries that have mechanisms to try to smooth out commodity cycles. Within that, though, when we get back to this question of the tension and the pressures, there are also questions to think about are there ways for these tensions to work together? So how can one support the environment and do it in a way that also supports the economy? And yesterday we were talking, and excuse me for bringing the example, but there was an example yesterday in the United States of with one of my colleagues, of how they're using waste to turn the waste into fertilizer, so that the fertilizer can then be sold for farming purposes. And this is really based on new technologies and the investment in new technologies. It's something that's not profitable to do on the private sector alone. So it's really a government-led project right now, but working with partners in the private sector, with private technology, and eventually it might be profitable enough for it to move into a purely profit-oriented business. So these sorts of things, to think long-term about how do you use the issues you have to do things in a way that are both growth enhancing as well as environmentally sound and even environmentally supporting. this really brings me to my next point, which we haven't heard much mentioned yet, of the importance of technology and the technological change we're going through right now. The world is changing very dramatically and very quickly. The export-led growth scenarios that we've seen, particularly in East Asia, are no longer necessarily going to be the drivers of development in the future because of changes in technology and because of changes in the global trade patterns. And so there are questions in thinking about what would be, where do we invest to diversify our economy, has to bring in questions now of how technology fits into this. This is much more beyond my few minutes and I have to end, but these are really big questions in thinking about development that are globally, everyone is thinking about. How do you build a national innovation system? How do you use technology in your country? How do countries without access to some technologies develop it internally, and how do they stimulate innovation? So these are things that, in terms of planning and thinking long-term about meeting the SDGs, all countries in the world have to really be bringing into their thinking. And finally, I will just end with one note on green bonds and the Green Climate Fund. So on green bonds, one of the issues we need to think about going forward is, as I said at the beginning, there's no difference now in returns, but that's on the supply, the demand for the money, the investor side. In terms of the issuers of green bonds, the markets are exploding, but we don't have any standards or not just certification, because some are certified, but there's no uniform set of standards or anyone understanding where the money actually goes. So there's no follow-up on this. So a lot of bonds are being issued. There's a lot of what we call greenwashing going on, where everybody is saying, look at all these numbers, they're so enormous. We've heard numbers that, I forget the number, but it's something like a third or even more of investors in the United States invest socially responsible. If that was really true, the world would be completely different than it is now. So we know that these numbers are not real. And so there is really a need for us to begin to understand where the money is going, what are the standards for all of these new instruments, how do we follow up and monitor those, and how do we ensure that they're really doing what they claim to be doing. And this is actually something with DESA and the whole UN system that we're working on and thinking about, and that will be discussed in April at the Financing for Development Forum, which you are all invited to come and attend. So thank you very much, and I look forward to the rest of the conference.
Thank you, Sherry, for bringing in the perspective of investments and therefore the incentives, which then can cut again against the interest of developing countries, because an incentive could be tax break, but once you start giving tax break, that means the government earns less. So that's an interesting perspective, how you work with that. The interesting issue of debt for nature swap, which ECLAC is working on. Maybe that's something also for Suriname to be looking at. And the issue of commodity dependency, where countries like Norway created like sovereign wealth fund to tackle the ebb and flow of commodity prices. And then in the end, you touch on greenwashing. At this point, Joy informed that she would be leaving, so you're free to stay and decide on your own time, when it's okay for you not to be with us anymore. So now it's time for some questions. We have, I think, another 20 minutes. So I would like to open up the floor, taking some questions from you or a discussion. Maybe it's good to take into consideration this morning the presentation from DESA. So in terms of your contribution, it might be good to hear from you questions regarding like policy options for climate finance, and maybe also suggestions in terms of partnerships. So it looks like everything was very clear because I don't see anybody. I see the Speaker of Parliament would like to raise a question. Ma'am, yes. Yes, you have the floor.
Thank Thank you. So another question. Suriname also has a sovereign wealth fund now. It's like a savings fund. We just started it, so there's hardly any money or no money in it yet. But if commodity prices would rise, we will start to save. So we followed this route, and I'm very glad about it.
Thank you for that intervention. So we're learning from what is happening elsewhere and trying to also replicate that in Suriname. It looks like everybody is more or less ready to go to lunch, huh? Because we have still 15 more minutes. So, yes, sir. Can we have a microphone?
Antoine Joly, I'm the French ambassador in Paramaribo. Because we have a French translation, maybe I will speak in French.
Okay, so give us a minute so everybody can put their translation on. Everybody who does not understand French. Let me make sure I'm okay. Maybe you could say something.
Maybe I can begin in English and follow in.
Do we
in
have our mic
French.
or translators?
Is it okay?
Yes.
Merci. Je voulais remercier Paul Auquist d'avoir évoqué un dossier que je connais bien pour avoir été ambassadeur au Nicaragua, qui est Moringa Fund. Je me souviens du ministre Auquist signant la lettre qui permettait au Nicaragua d'être candidat à ce programme de agroforesterie. Ce que je voulais dire, c'est que le développement et la protection des forêts n'est peut-être pas seulement un problème de financement.
Your Excellency, sir, can you hold on? Because I don't hear the English translation. Does the English number 7? Channel 7 is for the English translation. I'm sorry.
No.
Please continue.
Okay. Do you want me to begin at the beginning?
Yes, maybe if you could paraphrase.
Je voulais remercier Paul Auquist d'avoir évoqué le projet Moringa Fund au Nicaragua. Je me souviens l'avoir vu signer la lettre qui a permis au Nicaragua. Maybe I will do it in English. No, you know, we have French speaker here, and when they hear the French ambassador speaking English, they will tell me, why do you speak English? So I tried to speak French, but no, I just wanted to say to Mr. Auquist, thank you, because I remember when I was ambassador in Nicaragua, I saw him signing the candidacy of Nicaragua for this program of agroforestry. What I wanted to say is that, of course, financing is an issue, but it is not the only one. Moringa Fund is a success in Nicaragua because we found financing from the private sector, but also because there was a knowledge in Nicaragua of doing coffee with forests, of doing cacao. And it is very important to have the knowledge. That is to say, you have to find financing also for training, education. Because if you don't have that, I take an example in Suriname. In Suriname, ecotourism is a very big issue for the forest and for the economy of Suriname. You have to invest in training, you have to invest in education so that you can have good projects. That is what the lesson I had in Nicaragua with this project. You need financing, but you also need training. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Anybody else? Yes, sir. Can we have a microphone in the middle of the room?
Thank you very much. My name is Chang from South Korea. This is a very interesting conference. From my experience, some activity in African country, Ethiopia, I want to address one thing. The first session and this second session, frankly, they are saying there are many big, tremendous money there. But many informations are mostly just talking about money there, but they don't say about where they use this money and how they use this money. Nobody talk about. And frankly, why we are gathering here talking about such a forest preservation? Because of such a greenhouse gas CO2 reduction or such a climate change impact mitigation and so on. Why we are talking about that? If temperature goes up, then really our human beings someday will disappear. That's the reason. But before coming to that deadly point, still we have some time. But frankly, some people living in civilized city or such a industrialized zone, they have different method or measures to mitigate or somehow they have a higher resilience. But the people living in rural area, they are totally exposed. They are very, very vulnerable. And I don't know how such a big fund monies are used in different area, but in future, I like to ask here some moderate or fund operating organization or political decision makers. They have to think about how to transform such a vulnerable rural people's life. Because without doing anything within short time as a general total solution, instead of just simply providing electricity, this is not enough. We have to do something total solution to transform their life. Otherwise, it will make very big gap of such a different lifestyle, and it will create some social instability. At the end of the day, there will be another type of disaster, not from the climate change. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, from South Korea. Anybody else? Yes, another one in the middle here. Please introduce yourself.
My name is Naim from Malaysia. I have a very specific question to Cheryl regarding the greenwashing. Is there any standard or best practices in this point in time for better monitor any incentive or any new financial instrument to avoid the greenwashing? Thank you.
Thank you. I see in the back here to the right. A question to the right. Can we get a mic?
Yeah, thank you. My name is Yusin from the Organization of Indigenous People in Suriname.
Dag Yosin, long time.
Long time, Landveld. Nice to see you. Thank you for this opportunity to give me the floor. A question to Mr. Paul. It's a simple, ordinary question. How is the indigenous people in Nicaragua included in all of this issue? I want to know because we are also in the issue of RED Plus and all of this kind of terms that we want to know how to implement also here in Suriname. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? If not, there is, oh, okay, yes. Two more, yeah.
Thank you very much. My name is Andibi Schweers from Guyana. This morning when Russell made his presentation, he asked a question that I believe was not a rhetorical question. I believe that this conference must provide an answer to that question. He asked, what about a special window for HFLD countries in the GCF. And I'm quite sure that participants here would like to have or be provided with some kind of answer to that question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think there is also some space for trying to get there because the declaration has not been adopted yet. There is a draft. So if delegation agree, these are the things that you may agree together with and get it on paper and send it to the GCF that this is an ask from the HFLD country. But it would be good to hear the views on the discussion. There was also a question here.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you to all our panelists. Latonya Williams here from the Bahamas. Like most of the countries here, the Bahamas is a small island developing state faced mainly by sea level rise and other ongoing impacts of climate change. While we have access to the funding mechanism Sherry and the other panelists spoke about, are there any opportunities or programs that offered for training opportunities? You mentioned technology. We are, I would say, stagnant in many things in terms of our abilities to monitor our land uses, our abilities to monitor our forest cover, and just monitor any activities that may impede or disturb our forest cover. So are there any opportunities for training, continued training, not just for a project or a pilot, but continual training that will help us advance our outreach and our efforts in climate change resilience?
Thank you. I think that was the last question. I'm looking in the room. I don't see no hands, so thank you. There were a couple of questions. The last one is about monitoring of forest cover and training for that. The discussion about the special window for HFLD and GCF, maybe Paul can address that. To Paul, the question of indigenous people's involvement in the projects in Nicaragua. Question to Sherry on greenwashing and observation on the rural population and probably the possibility of social instability though because of these big projects. And then the observation by the French ambassador that not only money, but also education, capacity building is necessary. He left because I was going to ask him if that Moringa fund would also be able for Suriname to access. So maybe if somebody sees him, please, maybe you can ask them that question for me. So let's start here, I think, with Sherry. And you feel free to also address other question if you think that you can contribute to that. And then you just pass on the mic so that, I don't have to come in between. So since I'm not going to be the last speaker, I wish you have you enjoy your lunch.
On the green, am I speaking? Yeah, okay. On the greenwashing question, there are a lot of standards. There are a ton of standards. In terms of most of the standards look at when you initially do the project, where you say the money is going. But for example, we know development banks, there's an example of a gender bond. I'll use that as an example, where the bank had some projects that they listed the check on gender, and then they didn't use the money for any new projects, but they felt that they had projects they could assign to that bond. So it didn't raise any additional money for new projects for gender, as an example. So there are a ton of standards. And for another example would be that certain companies who are being ranked on their sustainability, on some rankings, they're going to be at the top. And at other rankings, that same company's at the bottom is the worst. So there are a plethora of standards coming out that don't seem to have anything that are not consistent with each other. So one of the projects we've been asked to do in the UN is to take all of those standards together, to unpack them, to lay out where they are similar, where they're different, what the problems are, and then to bring together the different players to see if there can be an agreement on a set of standards that are more consistent with each other. That is part of the Secretary General's new financing strategy for the Sustainable Development Goals. So it will be done, the project is meant to last for the next year and a half through 2021, but by 2020, we are planning to have some initial outputs for that.
Okay, I'm going to take first the question of the indigenous groups in Nicaragua. There's two autonomous regions, Northern Caribbean and Southern Caribbean, and they have elected councils and who elect a governor. So any project, any development project, any conservation project in their territory needs to be approved by the autonomous regional assembly. There's also 23 territorial governments where the land has been delimited and titled in favor of indigenous groups and Afro-descendants who live on the Caribbean coast, which includes Creoles and Garifunos. These territorial governments need to approve also any project that takes place in their territory, and they always demand participation, some participation in those projects, which is also a very good idea. With regard to the green bonds and the limitations of the green bonds, I think it's very important that when green bonds are issued, that the motivation should be ecological and highly concessional interest rates should be applied. Highly concessional, because if it's not, it loses its attraction as an ecological instrument, because you could get another loan also and it'd be the same thing. With regard to the way the money is used, there is mechanisms for certification. They can be accessed through the Green Climate Initiative in London, whose principal is Mr. Sean Kidney. I think that's to be found in the annexes. They will certify. And when the bond is issued and it's a certified bond, it has generally a better reception also. But as was mentioned by our relator, our commentarist, that you need monitoring and valuation, because it could be 10 years or something like that over the period of time that one has to follow up and make sure that the initial suppositions of the bond have been true. With regard to taxes, it's a very good idea. The carbon tax would be fantastic, but there's no such thing as international taxes. The UN General Assembly has no ability to pass a tax for the entire world, which means if in the European Union even, if you want to do a tax route, you need 27 parliaments to be in agreement with you. And in the world in general, you'd have to go to US Congress and get approval for a new tax at the federal level in the United States. So we very rapidly bump into climate change politics. I think that the idea of debt swaps for forests or debt swaps for renewable energy is an excellent idea, and it should be highly supported. If we think back a bit, there were debt swaps in the past. There were debt swaps for development, debt swaps for education, debt swaps for health. Now, that doesn't mean it's a silver bullet that you wipe out all of your debt and invest it, because the money is yours. The money doesn't come from the person who held the debt in the first place. They forgive the debt, but you have to have the liquidity to take an equivalent amount and use it in these investments. So it's an excellent idea. It should be used for all it's worth, but there's limitations in terms of how much liquidity you have in your fiscal situation. but it's an excellent idea, especially for these highly indebted countries, as are some in Africa. UNCTAD just had a conference on financing for development, following up on the expert group on financing for development in Geneva that I had the honor to chair. And there they delved into this debt situation in the developing countries, which is taking form, especially in some African countries and some Caribbean countries as well. I would like to address a conference, a point that was raised in the conference this morning that I don't think was adequately dealt with. And it was the question from the distinguished minister from Costa Rica of why the negationist policies are alive and well, and there's a spreading number of chiefs of state that are involved in this, that follow these lines. Well, the fact that the President of the United States is a negationist has a huge influence on some politicians, but also we should not be naive. There is climate change politics, and we're probably weaker on climate change politics than some of our adversaries. And this is not spontaneous combustion either. Real money has been invested in institutional centers and scientists who come up with these negationist points of view. The Attorney General, or ex-Attorney General of the state of New York, Eric Schneiderman, brought a case, started to put together a case against Exxon, which was a carbon copy of the tobacco case in the United States, in which the tobacco companies eventually lost and had to provide the states, because the state attorney generals are the one who pursued the suit, funds to compensate for their medical expenses due to smoking. And also a fund was set aside for victims of smoking. And that case was won. And why was it won? Because the attorney general showed that the tobacco companies knew early on that this was damaging their clients, but they conspired to create these institutes and pay these scientists to debunk it. So they were deceiving the public, and they were held accountable for that, and there was punitive damages as well. How did they do that? Through emails, through letters, through studies, internal documents brought up by whistleblowers and others, and some of them were public. It was in Exxon, which was for starters. The Massachusetts Attorney General had joined in with Schneiderman, and he soon dropped out. And then Schneiderman resigned because they did a job on him. If you're going to take on Exxon, you better know what you're doing and have an airtight case and have an airtight past, because the Me Too movement got Schneiderman, because they started having women coming forward making accusations against him. The latest, Schneiderman resigned in May, and the case died with Schneiderman's resignation. And there was a recent news that the prosecutors in New York are not going to prosecute criminally Schneiderman, but his political career is over. And because he took on Exxon, and Exxon did a job on him. So this is a real political battle. Recently, there was a conference in Washington on negation by the libertarian movement in the United States. Among the sponsors of the meeting, and this drew social media flack, were Microsoft, Twitter, and Amazon. They said, how can you be sponsoring this negationist conference? And the fact of the matter was that they had been sponsoring every year the Libertarians Conference, because they see the Libertarians as a bulwark against internet controls. They're all against internet controls. But this time, the Libertarians formed the meeting on debunking climate change, and that was the tenor of the meeting. And so this is a political fight, and we have to be active in this. We just can't be passive and see the negationists increasing their strength. We need to be proactive in advancing the scientific position. I think the IPCC report is a precious document that should be defended and advanced in multiple fora to impress upon more and more people the dangerous straits that we're sailing in, and the necessity to become wiser in terms of how to navigate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Akos, for that last remark. Thank you, panelists, for your, now I'm started, presentation, and the moderator for moderating this all. So now we will close off this second session. Before we break for lunch, I have one small announcement that I have to make on behalf of my colleagues from the UN. The persons who were the sponsored guests, their per diem is available, and they can get that at Ninon Williams. I don't know. Oh, Ninon is there in the back waving for everyone. Please bring your passport, your boarding passes, and your itinerary when you go and collect your per diem for those sponsored guests. Also, today we will be having lunch at the banquet hall. That means that you exit the building, go round here in the back, and then you will go to Torarica, where you will be, I think some people of Torarica will be there to come and help you to find the way to the banquet hall. We will have a Japanese buffet. Japanese buffet for those international guests. The Japanese are the descendants here who came here from Java, the island of Java of Indonesia in the late 19th century. They are part of our culture, part of our heritage, part of our cultural diversity. And I hope you enjoy the lunch. Don't eat too much because we still have 2 panels to go, so we need you bright. And enjoy your lunch, and we will reconvene here at 2:30. Thank you. Put everything, yes, put everything right. Yes, and then you can take the rail from there. Okay, good.
Welcome to my country of Suriname. I am Stephen Sang. I'm the Minister of Trade, Industry and Tourism, and I would like to welcome you to this beautiful country of pristine rainforest. We have 93% forest coverage, which is the highest in the world. Suriname is part of the HFLD countries, the high forested, low deforestation countries. And we are so excited to have many people from different countries here today with us. Belize, Bhutan, Colombia, Democratic Republic of Congo, Panama, Guyana, Peru, Zambia, and also a warm welcome to other countries like Bahamas, Fiji, Seychelles, Samoa, Sao Tome and Principe, Costa Rica, Papua New Guinea, and even South Korea. We are home to many endangered species. We are home to many endemic birds. Suriname is home to many different cultures. So much depends on the collective efforts of countries of high forested and low deforestation countries to work together to preserve what we have. Once again, welcome to Suriname, host of the HFLD Climate Conference 2019. And we hope you enjoy the beautiful country. We hope you enjoy the people, the cuisine, and please follow us on Instagram and Facebook. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Suriname. Welcome to the HFLD Climate Finance Conference 2019 in Suriname. I have here with me His Excellency, Mr. Carlos Manuel Rodriguez, Minister of Environment and Energy of Costa Rica. Welcome, Mr. Carlos Manuel
Thank you.
Rodriguez.
I'm pleased to be here.
Thank you. You are the most familiar with Suriname right now. It's the 8th time you're here in Suriname. And I'm very excited to have you here finally in Suriname, to meet you here finally in Suriname, because we've met before in Miami for a conference of Conservation International. I was a parliament member back then, and you had an excellent presentation about the gourmet tourism of Suriname, and it was very inspiring, I must say. So it's wonderful to have you finally here in Suriname to talk about tourism, to talk about the conference. First of all, I would like to ask you, maybe you can elaborate a bit more about the gourmet tourism of Suriname.
Yeah, well, of course. The first time I came to Suriname was in the early 2000s because I wanted to know this place in Suriname, which for me was unique. It was the Central Surinamese Forest Reserve, 1.5 million hectares.
1.6 million hectares.
1.6 million hectares. That's larger than all the national parks of Costa Rica together in just one place. So I had to visit this place and be able to know about it. And I was really inspired by what Suriname did in the late 1990s, early 2000, because Costa Rica was doing pretty good in terms of attracting tourism to see our natural wonders. And those natural wonders are located in our system of protected areas, particularly on the national parks. So I was, curious about this great area. And also I was invited by the government of Suriname to come over and be able to share some experiences on Costa Rica. And I think that those same objectives that brought me the first time are very much, actual and important today, because Suriname, like my country, many other countries, are in a crossroad. We need to define a route for the future. And probably the route for the future is not very similar to what Costa Rica did 50 years ago when we decided to develop ourselves, creating new agencies and creating a new constitution and creating a lot of new policies and incentives, which at the end of the day gave us, progress in terms of human development, but we lost most of our forests in the process. And we learned the hard way. We had to begin restoring forests once more because we hit the wall. Our economy, our social development was limited by the fact that we didn't have forests to provide us with key environmental services. And this is where we began connecting the dots. Instead of logging our forests and giving oil and gas concessions, which were part of our idea back then, we found that nature-based tourism was something we should explore. And we became very good on that business. We were very aggressive in building the infrastructure, in building the airports, in building the roads, in promoting the development of infrastructure in the private sector. Our private sector became very innovative. They began, creating this trademark on ecotourism in Costa Rica. And to make a long story short, one of our most important source of revenue is tourism, which basically goes to Costa Rica to see biodiversity, to see our local culture, to see our protected areas, and they contribute high in our economy. So we have learned that instead of chopping down a tree and selling it, we can sell the tree many times without chopping it down many times to many tourists. And that has proven to be quite a very good idea.
Well, you are probably the top country in the region, if not the world, for your ecotourism policies and for your alternative ways to generate money from your forest. And that is one thing that we in Suriname and all the other HFLD countries are seeking, to find alternative ways to see for the climate finance, to finance our development without destroying what we have, what we can provide to the world. And it is a privilege to have you here to share ideas with us. And I know there are many more ideas when we were talking to you about the tourism possibilities for Suriname, the endemic species we have here and all the wonders of the nature that we have in Suriname. We as Surinamese people, we don't even realize what we have here, and we need to have you, somebody from Costa Rica, to come over to tell us that we have gourmet tourism. It's very humbling, and I would like to thank you for that. One more thing I would like to ask you is, does Costa Rica have any other policies in terms of climate financing?
Yes. So a couple of things here are important to mention. First, Costa Rica, Suriname, and the rest of the high forest, low deforestation nations, we got a resource that is extremely valuable and is critical for the future of humankind, which is the carbon stocks in our forests. Without our forests, the planet will never ever achieve their climate mitigation targets.
The 2%.
Yeah.
Yes.
So they will never ever achieve that climate target. They need our forests, but they offer us a very low price for the carbon. This is I will say, the new 21st century colonialism kind of thing. We need to turn things around, because at this point, buyers are setting the price of carbon, as it used to be with oil 50 years ago, until oil-producing countries began to think and organize themselves. We, the carbon forest-rich countries, we need to organize ourselves and begin putting the price of our carbon.
Yes.
Because our carbon is critical for humankind. And this is not blackmailing the world rather than being just. Because actually, developed nations, donors, and multilateral funds offer us $5 per ton of carbon. And that is ridiculous. In Costa Rica, just to mention my case, it costs like $17 to produce a ton of carbon.
Oh.
And they are offering us $5. So that doesn't make any sense. So I think that, one of my objectives to be in this conference in Paramaribo is to be able to bring this new idea to the high forest, low deforestation nations, in the sense that we need to organize ourselves and take the grip of the process. Because at this point, we're just a distant spectator on how carbon forest negotiations are.
Yes.
We need to turn it around, because we own the resource that can really help the planet achieve their climate targets.
Yes, I think you're very right to say that it is a kind of service that the HFLD countries are doing to the world, for the world, to provide the oxygen, to provide the carbon sink. And I think the difficulty in that is that it is not a tangible service like oil is, like commodities are. And I think the challenge will be for us in the discussions and the negotiations to see what kind of system we can create. And I am looking very much forward to your input in the negotiations. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Welcome to the HFLD Conference on Climate Finance 2019 in Paramaribo, Suriname. Our next guest today here is His Excellency, Mr. Satyendra Prasad. He's the ambassador to the permanent mission of Fiji to the United Nations. Welcome, Ambassador. It is your first time in Suriname. You are from the exotically named country Fiji. For us in Suriname, it's a world away. It's the other side of the world. Could you tell us a bit more about Fiji?
Thank you very much, Minister, and thank you very much for welcoming me so generously to such a beautiful country. Yes, we do come from a beautiful country, but I must say, from everything I've seen about Suriname, it is such a beautiful country, and it is so apt that we are having this conference in Suriname, which is one of perhaps the world's best carbon negative country. Fiji is a bit different, but not very different in many ways. With a country of 300 islands, but most of our population are concentrated on two very large islands. And both the oceans and the forest are a very important part of our campaign to tackle climate change. On forest, this year on 1st of January, my president launched, and that's inspired by the work you do in Suriname, a program to plant 4 million trees with a small country of less than a million, about 900,000 people. So over the next 4 years, both at the ocean end on mangroves to the ridges, to the mountains, volcanic mountains, we have started a program to plant 4 million trees in addition to protecting and preserving our forests.
A very good initiative.
As part of, together with your president and my prime minister, both part of in the climate framework, high ambition coalition, and they both have said that they will lead the world in tackling climate change. And we both, as you'd appreciate, want to be seen and are leading from the front rather than being driven. So thank you very much for such a generous welcome.
The pleasure is ours. It's a pleasure to have somebody all the way from Fiji. What is the time difference to Fiji?
I have not calculated right now, but
it's probably more than 12 hours.
About 16 hours, I think.
16 hours, yes, wow.
Ahead. Fiji is where the new day begins. We're on the dateline, international dateline.
Wow. So that's also a good tourist attraction.
Yes, it is.
That's very good.
Yes.
What is the importance of the HFLD conference to Fiji?
So as I was saying, HFLD conference is of importance to Fiji and Suriname. It is first of all, its importance to the world. There are two.
It is.
We take two breaths. The first breath comes from the forest. The second breath that we take comes from the oceans. And if the forests are gone, our first breath is gone. If our oceans are gone and acidity continues and they continue to warm up, then the second breath is gone.
Wow.
And so both our countries are, first of all, in tackling climate change through preserving our forest, are helping ourselves, but we are helping humanity. So we are part of something that is much, much larger. And I think the importance of you hosting us in this conference here is to tell the world that this is something much larger and not something specific to our country. So that's why we're very excited. And my Prime Minister sends his apologies. It is your President had extended invitation to him. He was unable to come because our Parliament just convened yesterday, and we had elections for our new Speaker.
Wow.
And so he was unable to take this invitation, but he sends his apologies, which I'm passing through you.
That's not a problem at all. We hope to see him in the future in Suriname. And what are the main things that you would want to discuss in the conference?
So I think one of the, I don't want to say frustrations, but like Suriname and Fiji, we are both leading in tackling climate. We're taking climate actions, determined climate actions, and you are preserving and safeguarding your forest. We are preserving and safeguarding our forest. We are expanding the acreage. We are tackling deforestation. We are increasing the acreage that is the mangrove replanting. We have declared many marine protected areas. So both on the oceans and the land, we have a balanced approach. And on forest, I don't want to use a strong word like frustration, but I think we share a aspiration that more development resources and more development finances should be available for countries like ours to continue on this path. Not only continue on this path, but to accelerate work on preserving and conserving our forest and also expanding the areas. In some, these are very difficult choices for our type of countries because we do need to balance. We have to deliver on economic growth. We have to ensure that economic development takes place and there are jobs and incomes and livelihoods of our communities. So that is an important part. And so when we tackle deforestation as well as when we are expanding the areas under conservation. These are quite complex and difficult choices that our countries make. Yeah?
Yes.
And you're a politician, so you know
Yes.
how important, how difficult some of these policy choices are.
You cannot please everybody.
Yes.
And we need to find a way to balance everything. It is a challenge, and that's why it's been an issue for so long.
Yes.
And we hope that in the conference we can then get much more progress to find a way to have a sustainable means of financing our efforts.
Absolutely.
And in this, I thank you for your participation. And but as you've said also, we don't have a choice. Suriname and Fiji are both threatened by climate change, rising sea level, and we don't have a choice then to work together towards a more sustainable solution to this problem. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Minister, and very good luck for hosting the conference. And I also look forward to great progress being made, and also for Suriname and Fiji and the coalition of countries here to work together to raise the international ambition.
Thank you very much, sir.
Minister. Thank you.
Good morning. Welcome to the HFLD Conference on Climate Finance 2019 in Paramaribo, Suriname. Our next guest today here is His Excellency, Mr. Satyendra Prasad. He's the ambassador to the permanent mission of Fiji to the United Nations. Welcome, Ambassador. It is your first time in Suriname. You are from the exotically named country Fiji. For us in Suriname, it's a world away. It's the other side of the world. Could you tell us a bit more about Fiji?
Thank you very much, Minister, and thank you very much for welcoming me so generously to such a beautiful country. Yes, we do come from a beautiful country, but I must say, from everything I've seen about Suriname, it is such a beautiful country, and it is so apt that we are having this conference in Suriname, which is one of perhaps the world's best carbon negative country. Fiji is a bit different, but not very different in many ways. We're a country of 300 islands, but most of our population are concentrated on two very large islands, and both the oceans and the forest are very important part of our campaign to tackle climate change. On forest, this year on 1st of January, my president launched, and that's inspired by the work you do in Suriname, a program to plant 4 million trees with a small country of less than 1 million, about 900,000 people. So over the next 4 years, both at the ocean end on mangroves to the ridges, to the mountains, volcanic mountains, we have started a program to plant 4 million trees in addition to protecting and preserving our forests.
A very good initiative.
As part of, together with your president and my prime minister, both part of in the climate framework, high ambition coalition, and they both have said that they will lead the world in tackling climate change, and we both, as you'd appreciate, want to be seen and are leading from the front rather than being driven. So thank you very much for such a generous welcome.
The pleasure is ours. It's a pleasure to have somebody all the way from Fiji. What is the time difference to Fiji?
I have not calculated right now, but
it's probably more than 12 hours.
About 16 hours, I think.
16 hours,
yes,
wow.
Ahead. Fiji is where the new day begins. We're on the dateline, international dateline.
Wow. So that's also a good tourist attraction.
Yes, it is.
That's very good.
Yes.
What is the importance of the HFLD conference to Fiji?
So as I was saying, HFLD conference is of importance to Fiji and Suriname. It is first of all, its importance to the world. There are two.
It is.
We take two breaths. The first breath comes from the forest. The second breath that we take comes from the oceans. And if the forests are gone, our first breath is gone. If our oceans are gone and acidity continues and they continue to warm up, then the second breath is gone.
Wow.
And so both our countries are, first of all, in tackling climate change through preserving our forests, are helping ourselves, but we are helping humanity. So we are part of something that is much, much larger. And I think the importance of you hosting us in this conference here is to tell the world that this is something much larger and not something specific to our country. So that's why we're very excited. And my Prime Minister sends his apologies. It is your President had extended invitation to him. He was unable to come because our Parliament just convened yesterday, and we had elections for our new Speaker.
Wow.
And so he was unable to take this invitation. But he sends his apologies, which I'm passing through
That
you.
is not a problem at all. We hope to see him in the future in Suriname. And what are the main things that you would want to discuss in the conference?
So I think one of the, I don't want to say frustrations, but like Suriname and Fiji, we are both leading in tackling climate, we're taking climate actions, determined climate actions. And you are preserving and safeguarding your forest. We are preserving and safeguarding our forest. We are expanding the acreage. We are tackling deforestation. We are increasing the acreage that is the mangrove replanting. We have declared many marine protected areas. So both on the oceans and the land, we have a balanced approach. And on forest, I don't want to use a strong word like frustration, but I think we share a aspiration that more development resources and more development finances should be available for countries like ours to continue on this path. Not only continue on this path, but to accelerate work on preserving and conserving our forest and also expanding the areas. In some, these are very difficult choices for our type of countries because we do need to balance. We have to deliver on economic growth. We have to ensure that economic development takes place and there are jobs and incomes and livelihoods of our communities. So that is an important part. And so when we tackle deforestation as well as when we are expanding the areas under conservation, these are quite complex and difficult choices that our countries make. Yeah? Yes. And you're a politician, so you know how important, how difficult some of these policy choices are.
You cannot please everybody.
Yes.
And we need to find a way to balance everything. It is a challenge, and that's why it's been an issue for so long.
Yes.
And we hope that in the conference we can then get much more progress to find a way to have a sustainable means of financing our efforts.
Absolutely.
And in this, I thank you for your participation. And but as you've said also, we don't have a choice. Suriname and Fiji are both threatened by climate change, rising sea level, and we don't have a choice then to work together towards a more sustainable solution to this problem. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Minister, and very good luck for hosting the conference. And I also look forward to great progress being made, and also for Suriname and Fiji and the coalition of countries here to work together to raise the international ambition.
Thank you very much,
Minister. Thank you.
Welcome to Paramaribo, the capital city of Suriname. You are here to join us in the HFLD Climate Finance Conference that we will be hosting these coming days. You may know us as a country that is very rich in biological diversity. We have 93% forest cover. But did you know that beside our biological diversity, we're also culturally diverse? We have people here, descendants here from different nations in the world. We have people from Indonesia, from India, from China,
In the interior, we have the indigenous and the Maroon communities who have always lived in nature and one with nature. They have preserved nature for us in a way that now we can enjoy it as a people. This is the example that we want to follow. So please, come and join us over the next few days to have meaningful discussions on how we can preserve the environment for us and future generations. I hope you feel welcome, and I would say tanggu.
It's amazing how you can speak right to my heart. Without saying a word, you can light up the dark. Try as I may, I could never explain what I hear when you don't say a thing.
Hoeft te zijn om oud te worden. Een land waar we liefdevol, vredig en vrij met elkaar moeten leren omgaan. Een land van melk en honing. Tegelijkertijd beseffen wij dat we nog een lange weg te gaan hebben. En dat wij ons doel alleen maar kunnen bereiken door onverkort samen te werken om die broodnodige eenheid vast te houden.
Saranang Winawang. Instead of fighting religious differences, we celebrate them. Wherever you are, whoever you are. Suriname, where young people may find their own way. The land that embraces its people's cultural wealth, lending a hand to its brothers and sisters. We are connected. Suriname, the greenest country on earth, the land that shares its natural richness with the world, all different colors, united in one flag. We are connected. People of the Caribbean, thank you for this experience in our country. We are connected. Nous sommes un. Somos uno.
Welcome to my country of Suriname. I am Stephen Sang. I'm the Minister of Trade, Industry and Tourism, and I would like to welcome you to this beautiful country of pristine rainforest. We have 93% forest coverage, which is the highest in the world. Suriname is part of the HFLD countries, the high forested, low deforestation countries. And we are so excited to have many people from different countries here today with us. Belize, Bhutan, Colombia, Democratic Republic of Congo, Panama, Guyana, Peru, Zambia, and also a warm welcome to other countries like Bahamas, Fiji, Seychelles, Samoa, Sao Tome and Principe, Costa Rica, Papua New Guinea, and even South Korea. We are home to many endangered species. We are home to many endemic birds. Suriname is home to many different cultures. So much depends on the collective efforts of countries of high forested and low deforestation countries to work together to preserve what we have. Once again, welcome to Suriname, host of the HFLD Climate Conference 2019. And we hope you enjoy the beautiful country. We hope you enjoy the people, the cuisine, and please follow us on Instagram and Facebook. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Suriname. Welcome to the HFLD Climate Finance Conference 2019 in Suriname. I have here with me His Excellency, Mr. Carlos Manuel Rodriguez, Minister of Environment and Energy of Costa Rica. Welcome, Mr. Carlos Manuel
Thank you.
Rodriguez.
I'm pleased to be here.
Thank you. You are the most familiar with Suriname right now. It's the 8th time you're here in Suriname. And I'm very excited to have you here finally in Suriname, to meet you here finally in Suriname, because we've met before in Miami for a conference of Conservation International. I was a parliament member back then, and you had an excellent presentation about the gourmet tourism of Suriname, and it was very inspiring, I must say. So it's wonderful to have you finally here in Suriname to talk about tourism, to talk about the conference. First of all, I would like to ask you, maybe you can elaborate a bit more about the gourmet tourism of Suriname.
Yeah, well, of course. The first time I came to Suriname was in the early 2000s because I wanted to know this place in Suriname, which for me was unique. It was the Central Surinamese Forest Reserve. 1.5 million hectares.
1.6 million hectares.
1.6 million hectares. That's larger than all the national parks of Costa Rica together in just one place. So I had to visit this place and be able to know about it. And I was really inspired by what Suriname did in the late 1990s, early 2000s, because Costa Rica was doing pretty good in terms of attracting tourism to see our natural wonders. And those natural wonders are located in our system of protected areas, particularly on the national parks. So I was, curious about this great area, and also I was invited by the government of Suriname to come over and be able to share some experiences on Costa Rica. And I think that those same objectives that brought me the first time are very much, actual and important today, because Suriname, like my country, many other countries, are in a crossroad. We need to define a route for the future. And probably the route for the future is not very similar to what Costa Rica did 50 years ago when we decided to develop ourselves, creating new agencies and creating a new constitution and creating a lot of new policies and incentives, which at the end of the day gave us progress in terms of human development, but we lost most of our forests in the process. And we learned the hard way. We had to begin restoring forests once more because we hit the wall. Our economy, our social development was limited by the fact that we didn't have forests to provide us with key environmental services. And this is where we began connecting the dots. Instead of logging our forests and giving oil and gas concessions, which were part of our idea back then, we found that nature-based tourism was something we should explore. And we became very good on that business. We were very aggressive in building the infrastructure, in building the airports, in building the roads, in promoting the development of infrastructure in the private sector. Our private sector became very innovative. They began, creating this trademark on ecotourism in Costa Rica. And to make a long story short, one of our most important source of revenue is tourism, which basically goes to Costa Rica to see biodiversity, to see our local culture, to see our protected areas, and they contribute high in our economy. So we have learned that instead of chopping down a tree and selling it, we can sell the tree many times without chopping it down, many times to many tourists. And that has proven to be quite a very good idea.
Well, you are probably the top country in the region, if not the world, for your ecotourism policies and for your alternative ways to generate money from your forest. And that is one thing that we in Suriname and all the other HFLD countries are seeking. to find alternative ways to see for the climate finance, to finance our development without destroying what we have, what we can provide to the world. And it is a privilege to have you here to share ideas with us. And I know there are many more ideas when we were talking to you about the tourism possibilities for Suriname, the endemic species we have here, and all the wonders of the nature that we have in Suriname. We as Surinamese people, we don't even realize what we have here, and we need to have you, somebody from Costa Rica, to come over to tell us that we have gourmet tourism. It's very humbling, and I would like to thank you for that. One more thing I would like to ask you is, does Costa Rica have any other policies in terms of climate financing?
Yes. So a couple of things here are important to mention. First, Costa Rica, Suriname, and the rest of the high forest, low deforestation nations, we got a resource that is extremely valuable and is critical for the future of humankind, which is the carbon stocks in our forests. Without our forests, the planet will never ever achieve their climate mitigation targets.
The 2%.
Yeah.
Yes.
So they will never ever achieve that climate target. They need our forests, but they offer us a very low price for the carbon. This is I will say, the new 21st century colonialism kind of thing. We need to turn things around, because at this point, buyers are setting the price of carbon, as it used to be with oil 50 years ago, until oil-producing countries began to think and organize themselves. We, the carbon forest-rich countries, we need to organize ourselves and begin putting the price of our carbon.
Yes.
Because our carbon is critical for humankind. And this is not a, blackmailing the world rather than being just. Because actually, developed nations, donors, and multilateral funds offer us $5 per ton of carbon. And that is ridiculous. In Costa Rica, just to mention my case, it costs like $17 to produce a ton of carbon. And they are offering us $5. So that doesn't make any sense. So I think that, one of my objectives to be in this conference in Paramaribo is to be able to bring this new idea to the high forest, low deforestation nations, in the sense that we need to organize ourselves and take the grip of the process. Because at this point, we're just a distant spectator on how carbon forest negotiations are.
Yes.
And we need to turn it around, because we own the resource that can really help the planet achieve their climate targets.
Yes, I think you're very right to say that it is a kind of service that the HFLD countries are doing to the world, for the world, to provide the oxygen, to provide the carbon sink. And I think the difficulty in that is that it is not a tangible service like oil is, like commodities are. And I think the challenge will be for us in the discussions and the negotiations to see what kind of system we can create. And I am looking very much forward to your input in the negotiations. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Welcome to the HFLD Conference on Climate Finance 2019 in Paramaribo, Suriname. Our next guest today here is His Excellency, Mr. Satyendra Prasad. He is the ambassador to the permanent mission of Fiji to the United Nations. Welcome, Ambassador. It is your first time in Suriname. You are from the exotically named country, Fiji. For us in Suriname, it's a world away. It's the other side of the world. Could you tell us a bit more about Fiji?
Thank you very much, Minister, and thank you very much for welcoming me so generously to such a beautiful country. Yes, we do come from a beautiful country, but I must say, from everything I've seen about Suriname, it is such a beautiful country, and it is so apt that we are having this conference in Suriname,
Thank
which is one of perhaps the world's best carbon negative country. Fiji is a bit different, but not very different in many ways. With a country of 300 islands, but most of our population are concentrated on two very large islands, and both the oceans and the forest are very important part of our campaign to tackle climate change. On forest, this year on 1st of January, my president launched, and that's inspired by the work you do in Suriname, a program to plant 4 million trees with a small country of less than 1 million, about 900,000 people. So over the next 4 years, both at the ocean end on mangroves to the ridges, to the mountains, volcanic mountains, we have started a program to plant 4 million trees in addition to protecting and preserving our forests.
That is a very good initiative.
As part of, together with your president and my prime minister, both part of in the climate framework, high ambition coalition, and they both have said that they will lead the world in tackling climate change, and we both, as you'd appreciate, want to be seen and are leading from the front rather than being driven. So thank you very much for such a generous welcome.
The pleasure is ours. It's a pleasure to have somebody all the way from Fiji. What is the time difference to Fiji?
I have not calculated right now, but
it's probably more than 12 hours.
About 16 hours, I think.
16 hours, wow.
Ahead. Fiji is where the new day begins. We're on the dateline, international dateline.
Wow. So that's also a good tourist attraction.
Yes, it is.
That's very good. Yes. What is the importance of the HFLD conference to Fiji?
So as I was saying, HFLD conference is of importance to Fiji and Suriname. It is first of all, its importance to the world. There are two.
It is.
We take two breaths. The first breath comes from the forest. The second breath that we take comes from the oceans. And if the forests are gone, our first breath is gone. If our oceans are gone and acidity continues and they continue to warm up, then the second breath is gone.
Wow.
And so both our countries are, first of all, in tackling climate change through preserving our forest, are helping ourselves, but we are helping humanity. So we are part of something that is much, much larger. And I think the importance of you hosting us in this conference here is to tell the world that this is something much larger and not something specific to our country. So that's why we're very excited. And my Prime Minister sends his apologies. It is your President had extended invitation to him. He was unable to come because our Parliament just convened yesterday, and we had elections for our new Speaker.
Wow.
And so he was unable to take this invitation, but he sends his apologies, which I'm passing through you.
That's not a problem at all. We hope to see him in the future in Suriname. And what are the main things that you would want to discuss in the conference?
So I think one of the, I don't want to say frustrations, but like Suriname and Fiji, we are both leading in tackling climate. We're taking climate actions, determined climate actions, and you are preserving and safeguarding your forest. We are preserving and safeguarding our forest. We are expanding the acreage. We are tackling deforestation. We are increasing the acreage that is the mangrove replanting. We have declared many marine protected areas. So both on the oceans and the land, we have a balanced approach. And on forest, I don't want to use a strong word like frustration, but I think we share a aspiration that more development resources and more development finances should be available for countries like ours to continue on this path. Not only continue on this path, but to accelerate work on preserving and conserving our forest and also expanding the areas. In some, these are very difficult choices for our type of countries because we do need to balance. We have to deliver on economic growth. We have to ensure that economic development takes place and there are jobs and incomes and livelihoods of our communities. So that is an important part. And so when we tackle deforestation as well as when we are expanding the areas under conservation, these are quite complex and difficult choices that our countries make. Yeah, yes. And you're a politician, so you know yes. how important, how difficult some of these policy choices are.
You cannot please everybody.
Yes,
and we need to find a way to balance everything. It is a challenge, and that's why it's been an issue for so long.
Yes,
and we hope that in the conference we can then get much more progress to find a way to have a sustainable means of financing our efforts.
Absolutely.
And in this, I thank you for your participation. And but as you've said also, we don't have a choice. Suriname and Fiji are both threatened by climate change, rising sea level, and we don't have a choice then to work together towards a more sustainable solution to this problem. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Minister, and very good luck for hosting the conference. And I also look forward to great progress being made, and also for Suriname and Fiji and the coalition of countries here to work together to raise the international ambition.
Thank you very
much, Minister. Thank you.
Welcome to Paramaribo, the capital city of Suriname. You are here to join us in the HFLD Climate Finance Conference that we will be hosting these coming days. You may know us as a country that is very rich in biological diversity. We have 93% forest cover. But did you know that beside our biological diversity, we're also culturally diverse? We have people here, descendants here from different nations in the world. We have people from Indonesia, from India, from China. In the interior, we have the indigenous and the maroon communities who have always lived in nature and one with nature. They have preserved nature for us in a way that now we can enjoy it as a people. This is the example that we want to follow. So please, come and join us over the next few days to have meaningful discussions on how we can preserve the environment for us and future generations. I hope you feel welcome, and I would say, tanggu.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, okay.
Het zit hier buiten. Ga eraan de dingen trekken.
met u de kinderen alvast doen. Oh, she's coming. Okay. Yes. Just a few more moments. Sorry, we're waiting on the moderator to come. Okay, I heard the moderator is on her way, but just to start off, I'm going to share with you the topic that we will be having for the third panel. The topic is sharing of country experiences, challenges in accessing climate finance. We will be having presentations from different countries. Starting off with a presentation by the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Jennifer Geling-Simons, and also His Excellency Minister Carlos Manuel Rodriguez, talking of Minister of Environment of Costa Rica, followed by a presentation by Mr. Lee White, Director of Gabon National Parks, a presentation by the representative from Bhutan, Yonten Funsho. I hope that I'm pronouncing that correctly. Then we will have a presentation from Mary Atala, who will be presenting on behalf of the Democratic Republic of Congo. And we will have as last a presentation by Mr. Matsus, Deputy Executive Secretary of COMIFAC. And I still do not see the moderator coming. So please, we will. Oh, yes. Now I see her. Our moderator for today is Ms. Latonya Williams, who was so kind to agree to step in for another moderator that we had earlier had identified, but who could not be here this morning. So she was so kind to assist us and moderate in his stead. So Ms. Latonya Williams, is Forest Supervisor of the Forestry Unit for the Bahamas. And Ms. Williams, please, if I may invite you. There's a microphone. So now Ms. Latonya Williams will take over, and she will introduce the panelists. But before yes, you will introduce the panelists, and the speaker, Mrs. Geling Simons, will go on last because I think she has something extra for us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Moderator. So we will begin panel 3, and the topic for the session is sharing of country experiences, challenges in accessing climate finance. So our panelists are first, Mrs. Jennifer Geraldine Simmons. She holds a medical degree and is the speaker.
You can go up. She'll be the last one.
So, change of plans. We have Mr. Carlos Manuel Rodriguez. He is the Minister of Environment and Energy in Costa Rica, serving his 3rd term in this position. He is an environmental lawyer, a politician, and a conservationist, and former director of the National Park Service and former vice president of global policy at Conservation International. We have Professor Lee White. He is the head of Gabon's National Park Service, commanding a force of over 800 rangers responsible for the protection and management of 30 terrestrial and 20 marine protected areas. He has published over 100 scientific papers and book chapters on tropical ecology and climate change, and has been Gabon's lead forest negotiator at UNFCCC since 2008. Then we have Yonton Foncho. Forgive me if that was mispronounced. He is the Deputy Chief Forestry Officer of the Ministry of Agriculture and Forests, Royal Government of Bhutan. He is the National Coordinator of recently National Forest Inventory and working member of implementing RED Plus Readiness Program of Bhutan. He has a Master's in Forest Management in from India Gandhi National Forest Academy, Dehradun, India, and a Master in Environment Management from School of Forestry Environmental Studies, Yale University, the USA. And next we have Victor Cabangel. He is the Deputy Coordinator of the National Red Fund in the Democratic Republic of Congo, a fund anchored within the Ministry of Finance and in charge of mobilizing and programming resources to help reduce deforestation in the Democratic Republic. Mr. Cabangel has been involved in RED since 2005 and has led to the team negotiating the emission RED purchase agreement between the Democratic Republic and the Carbon Fund. Due to complications with his travel and flight connections, Mr. Cabangel could not make it to the conference, and this presentation will be delivered by Marie Atala. She is the Chief Technical Advisor to the National Red Fund of the Democratic Republic of Congo. And then we have Jervis Itusa Mazdous. He is the Deputy Executive Secretary of the Commission of Central African Forests. His ample experience and areas of expertise includes climate change negotiations, greenhouse gas inventory, monitoring, reporting, and verification, system for greenhouse gas emissions, and RED+. He previously worked as a project coordinator and reviewer for national communications under UNFCCC. Okay, and then last but certainly not least, we have Mrs. Jennifer Geraldine Simmons. She holds a medical degree and is the Speaker of the National Assembly of the Republic of Suriname from 2010 to date. Mrs. Geraldine Simmons was chairman of Parl America's group of female parliamentarians and vice president of Parl America's during 2012 to 2014. She is also on board of the COPA, the Parliamentary Confederation of the Americas. She is actively engaged in institutional strengthening programs of the Parliament, as well as parliamentary parents for the development of children and young people. Okay, Mrs. Simmons brought us some guests. Let's give them one more round of applause. Come on, as they go out. So our first speaker will be Mrs. Jennifer Dillon Simmons, the Speaker of the National Assembly of Suriname.
Thank you. Ik bedank alle kinderen die dit vandaag voor ons hebben willen doen, deze boodschap te brengen. You have been welcomed to this conference and to Suriname, but I will welcome you one more time, keeping in mind that protocol has been observed. Welcome to Suriname on behalf of the Parliament of our country. It will be a few years now that it has become ever more clear in which situation we are. We have heard many people talk already, and we will hear more. I'm not standing here as any kind of climate scientist. I'm the Speaker of the National Assembly. I represent the National Assembly, but even more so, I stand here as the people's representative, specifically wanting to speak on behalf of these young children you have seen here, the children of Suriname, but also the children of the world. Children have limited opportunity to speak for themselves, but it's their future we're talking about. We have to take timely and effective measures to prevent runaway climate change, reassure resource depletion. We have to prevent loss of biodiversity, because all of these will bring great suffering to these and other children if we don't succeed in stopping them. Every so often, I might be speaking in Dutch. Vandaag zijn we hier om te praten over mogelijkheden voor Suriname en andere landen om klimaatfinanciering te vinden, om het geld te vinden om onze bossen in stand te houden. En we gaan daarover praten, we gaan daar inderdaad over praten. Maar wat eigenlijk hier aan de hand is in de wereld van vandaag, is dat we staan op een heel belangrijk punt in de geschiedenis van de mensheid. En daar gaan we ook over praten. We praten over de toekomst van kinderen, de toekomst van echte mensen. We're not talking about funding, about trees, about treaties. We're actually talking about people. And we're the parliament. We're talking about people, and we're talking on behalf of people. And that's the role I want to play here. It is a sad fact that we will not be able to promise these children that we will stop climate change because the damage is done. What we owe them, however, is to do our utmost to influence every process every decision that can help mitigate further climate change, and we also need to try to adapt to what's already happening here in Suriname, and I am sure also in your countries. This is really a good time. It's the right time for the HFLD countries to come together and discuss this situation, to find mechanisms to preserve our forests or maybe even expand them, while at the same time trying to develop our countries. I'm sure this can be done through sustainable forest management for development. Keeping a healthy natural environment, preventing further climate change and adaptation to the changes we already experience are big issues. They have to be addressed across party lines, and they form the basis for every sound development strategy. So, the party groups of the Parliament, the National Assembly of Suriname, have therefore decided that we want to work together on climate and environmental policy, legislation and activities, regardless of position of their party in opposition or in coalition. The Parliament has agreed to pushing forward on these issues in sync together. And in this way, the National Assembly has been able to join forces and has worked actively on development of legislation for protection of the environment with the government and other stakeholders. The result was, among other things, the very important framework law for management and protection of the natural environment. And this bill has been submitted by members of coalition and opposition together as a parliamentary initiative. It is expected to pass very soon, which will enable the Parliament to finish other pending legislation on protection of the coastal area of Suriname, waste management, and regulations on plastics, the use of plastics. So the National Assembly has been busy and is actively building capacity and knowledge by regularly organizing and participating in national and international conferences and workshops, and we have contributed to the establishment of the Parlaméricas Climate Network. So this is on the Parliament, the representation of the people. We are a big part of the legislative process, but we also hold our governments accountable so that if we, as a parliament, as a government, commit ourselves to something, the Parliament needs to hold the government accountable and follow the process. Now, legislation, knowledge, and information, as we've heard this morning, form an important base for further action on climate and environment. But if development of HFLD countries is to be successfully combined with protection of existing forests and hopefully even expansion of forests wherever possible, new mechanisms for funding are needed. Within the parliamentary organizations, we work in Parlaméricas in the region, we work in the IPU internationally. We have identified some opportunities and challenges of current, more market-based models we have encountered and discussed. Why have we discussed these models? It's because people, private companies, came to the region and presented them to us. And it became very clear to us that our small island states, even countries like Suriname, that we did not have enough information about the whole carbon pricing issue. And that's why we had some meetings on it. And I want to share with you some of our comments. Since the Paris Agreement, we see renewed enthusiasm of countries and companies to use different forms of carbon pricing caps, taxes, etc., which can promote carbon trading. There are different models that are based on the market approach, different schemes of carbon pricing as proposed on the national level or between parties, and this has already been shown to promote carbon trading, which actually is aiming directly, trying to aim at emission reduction. But what we have noticed up to this moment is that protecting the natural carbon sinks is not addressed directly by this mechanism. It's expected to be an indirect effect, I guess. We have discussed this and listened to the people bringing the message of the carbon pricing to our small and vulnerable economies and high-risk countries. Carbon sequestering is a service. That's what we told them. And if technology were to be developed to take carbon actively out of the air, any company delivering that service would be duly paid, like we do for every service in our economy, in the economic system we have. So we thought that apart from maybe some successful possibilities and options for carbon pricing within countries or within between countries, we should be looking as HFLD countries, we should be looking at non-market models for carbon pricing that create more direct ways to pay for natural sequestering capacity. An international carbon fund could be part of an effective non-market approach, because if the forest cannot earn money for the countries where it is, and it's mostly poor or medium developed countries, if the forests cannot earn the money, these forests will have to keep competing with money makers such as mining and plantations, oil plantations and so on. Because when people come in for oil, for gold, they just come, they pay up, they want the concession, and they start making money for themselves, and they give the country something. So if we want to keep our forests standing, we need indeed funding mechanisms to keep them standing. On a national level, not every form of carbon pricing is suited for every country. If there are no alternatives for citizens, taxes and caps can lead to just more economic hardship for already poor populations, while contributing only very minimally to reduction of emissions, specifically because many of those poor countries contribute very little to the total emission of greenhouse gases as it is. Still, we all want to commit to lowering emissions. I have presented very quickly some of the remarks and proposals with regard to carbon pricing. We, as parliaments of the region, have discussed in the past few months in 2018. In our conference here in Paramaribo, we have already heard about more forms of funding and financing models, and they will, I guess, be discussed even in more depth. And that is the right thing to do within the framework of things and the challenges we as HFLD countries face. But that is as far as I want to go in reporting to you what the Parliament has done, what we have done internationally, and what we encountered with regard to climate funding in the form of carbon pricing. But I think that even though it is very important that we as HFLD countries are looking for ways to save our forests, to get to funding, to develop our countries while saving the forest, this is very important. I have actively worked with the organization so that we could be together at this moment. We need to be aware that all of this is taking place in a situation in which we have been given 12 or maybe less years to prevent a great worldwide climate catastrophe. The IPCC has clearly told us that we are dangerously close to a point of no return, and the IPCC is not known for exaggeration. Some scientists say quite the opposite. Everything we agree on and all mechanisms we develop will have to lead us directly to effective reduction of emission of greenhouse gases. While we're thinking about our development, while we're trying to match our development with keeping our forests, we need to be aware that everything we do, every model we find, because we need to keep the forest standing, but we also need to achieve a real and timely the reductions in emissions that scientists have mentioned in their advice to the world. Pricing mechanisms are instruments. But specifically in the case of carbon pricing, if not controlled and implemented correctly, you might end up with a system of active trade in carbon. Money will be saved, money will be made. But we want to see the effect on the emissions. We want to see that what we do lowers the emissions and helps us mitigate disastrous outcomes for the world. This means that we have to realize that we can't go on in the way we have been moving forward in the past 2 centuries, and even in the past decade, and even in the past 2, 3, 4 years after the Paris Agreement. We will have to accept that we need a paradigm shift. The world needs a total evaluation of our economic model. The concept of infinite growth in a finite system and the model with only maximum profit as sign of success has brought us to the point where we are now. We will not be able to address the situation with the same mindset and the same economic system that caused the problem in the first place. I often refer to an important IPU conference we held in March of 2013 in Quito, Ecuador, with the theme From Unrelenting Growth to Purposeful Development. Bim Bibir, new approaches, new solutions. It was promising, a new way of thinking about development, and I encourage everyone to read the resolution. But we're in 2019 now, and we have been warned in a way by IPCC that we have never been warned before. So the question is, what can we do? Of course, we have to do what we're doing at this moment for our countries to try to solve the puzzle of economic development, keeping the forest standing, lessen our contribution to emissions. That's the first thing we do, because everybody has to contribute to the problem. So we're right in doing what we're doing today. But we are here, and you could call us the G23 of green power. Something like that. The countries with the most green in the world. But how will you, how will I, and all of us convince the G7s and the G20s of this world that if we look at the situation in an honest way, we cannot keep meeting and talking. What we need is urgently is for the 20 or 15 or 25 biggest and historic emitters in the world to start taking responsibility fast and effectively, and now. Because we should be able to break this to one another, even if all of our countries, HFLD and maybe others, stop cutting any tree from today. We don't cut anything. We don't emit anything anymore. If these 20 countries don't cut their emissions substantially, we and our forest will end in maybe a century, maybe a little more. This is something we have to realize. So we have to work on our own emissions. We have to look for ways to keep our forests standing, and in my opinion, even expanding them. But we also have to look for ways to convince these nations that they will have to turn the tide. They will have to do something differently. Otherwise, our efforts will go down the drain. So we have this task as well. Apart from doing everything we can ourselves, we will have to make the effort for the children because their lives, this is about real people. It is really not about treaties, it's about people. And the task is daunting, but we have no choice. We need real commitment, strong action from the HFLD countries to keep and expand the forest, but also from the HELF countries, the high emission, low forestation countries, to hit the brake. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Simmons. That was very enlightening from your introduction with the students. That was nice. What was important for Mr. Simmons' communication, for those who may have missed it, is that it's important for us now to change the discussion. There needs to be a shift. We've been talking for a while. It's time to stop talking and start convincing the producers and the persons who are causing these challenges to get them to act, because we're doing our part, but they're not doing theirs, okay? And it's important not only for now, but for our future generations, okay? So our next speaker, we have His Excellency Carlos Manuel Rodriguez, the Minister of Environment of Costa Rica, who's coming to present on the benefiting from sustainability.
That high concentration of carbon. We can go back in time. Let's go back in time 100,000 years ago. We humans were, one more species in Eastern Africa doing our own business. We were not more important than the elephants or the whales or the chimpanzees or whatever other animal. The concentration of carbon back then was probably around 250 parts per million. And we were sharing the planet with 5 other species of human back then. Not just us, Homo sapiens. We decided to go beyond the horizon and began conquering the world. And as we humans, Homo sapiens, spread around the world, we brought destruction. We brought species to extinction, even to our cousins. There were 5 species of humans sharing the planet with us 100,000 years ago. We changed the landscape, dramatically changed the landscape. And wilderness is now only located in our countries, nowhere else. Is the wild nature that we used to have here. The last time that the concentration of carbon was as high as of today, humans were not in this planet. And the planet was very different. We have changed the planet, and very quickly. We changed it so quickly that my father, he grew up in the Holocene, and I grew up in the Anthropocene. 2 different ecological periods in time. That's how rapidly we have changed this planet. And it needs us to really react quickly, because we're losing everything. In the last 40 years, we have lost 60% of the flora and the fauna of this planet. In the last 40 years, we have lost probably 50% of the insects, which are our closest partner in this planet. The way we produce our food needs insects. So we need to react, and we need to be very strategic. This meeting, for me, should be a landmark meeting, because the high forest, low deforestation nations, we are the owners of the carbon stocks, but we don't put the price of the carbon. We are the owners of the highest reservoirs of water, fresh water, and biodiversity, and we don't behave as such. I will try, because this is why I've been invited to be here, to talk a little bit about Costa Rica and what the things we've been doing based on this assumption. And these are some general characteristics of Costa Rica. Probably, you know, let me say that Costa Rica was one of the poorest nations in the Western Hemisphere when my grandfather was born in 1906. And today, Costa Rica is, you know, one of the top 5 nations in the Western Hemisphere in terms of human development. And Costa Rica lives longer than an American, lives happier than an American, and with a way smaller footprint. So I ask you, which economy is more efficient, the American or the Costa Rican? This is the kind of question that we need to ask ourselves. If we really are serious on how we need to change the model that is taking us over the cliff. So Costa Rica was one of the poorest nations, and we've been, you know, learning the hard way on how to restore, protect nature, invest in our richest resource, which is our human resource. And, you know, I lead the Ministry of Environment, and in Costa Rica, the Ministry of Environment is big. It's a big agency. It's the Ministry of Energy, Mines, Water, and Natural Resources. My budget is $130 million. The National Park System budget in Costa Rica is $60 million. This is 40 times bigger than the budget of protected areas in Suriname, even though Suriname has a protected area that is bigger than all the national parks together of Costa Rica. And this is how Costa Rica looks like. You know, it looks like Suriname, no? Yeah, that's the point. That's the whole point. Costa Rica and Suriname has more things in common than what everybody else believes. Because we have learned the hard way how to use nature, protect our environment, and use it as a driver for growth. So this is Costa Rica in the 1940s, 1950s. Back then, it's very similar to today, Suriname, you know, high forest nation, low deforestation. In the 1940s and 50s, we were already 130 years old. So we kept high forest cover for 130, 140 years in Costa Rica. Population back then was around the same amount of people living right now in Suriname, around 650,000 people. In the 50s, we decided to do the leap forward. This is the time for growth. This is a time for prosperity. We've been having such a strong democratic system with a lot of stability, and we passed all kinds of policies. We changed the constitution, we abolished the army, we passed civil rights, and all kinds of economic incentives for growth and prosperity. And what was the end result? 40 years later, we lost most of our forests. Most of our forests were lost during that process. You know, those are the options. Suriname, if Suriname doesn't pay attention and put the science and the best information behind the decisions in this crossroad, can go the same way that we did in Costa Rica for most of the 60s, 70s, and 80s. We have to restore the whole landscape once more. From 1986 to up to today, we not only stopped deforestation, we doubled the size of our forests, while we doubled the population, we're 0.5 million people, while we tripled the size of our economy. And this is very interesting. We stopped deforestation, doubled the size of our forests, while we tripled the income per capita, meaning that protecting nature is not a bad business at all. At the same time we were doing that, we went from 80% hydro, 20% fossil fuels in our electric sector to 100% renewable energy 3 years in a row until last weekend, where because of the dry spell, we had to burn a little bit of fossil fuels to finally supply energy to the people. And it was great because the biggest newspaper on the main paper said, Costa Rica began burning fossil fuel once more. It is something important nowadays for Costa Ricans, when in the past nobody ever cared about it. So we became, there is no emissions of carbon emissions coming from the forest sector, and there are no emissions coming from the electric sector, we were able to do that while we doubled the population, tripled the economy, and we never received much money to do that. We did it with our own resources. We didn't depend on the Green Climate Fund or the GEF or the Forest Carbon Partnership Fund to do that. We did it with our own resources. It took us $3.5 billion investment in renewable energy to become 100% renewable. It took us $400 million through payments of environmental services to revert the rate of deforestation and be able to double the size of our forests. And we did it because we understood that it is economically wise and it is in our own self-interest. So these are the line of deforestation going down, and those are some of the key landmark political decisions we took. We went from, scheme of perverse incentives where you don't own the land and the forest, where you don't receive credit public if you don't improve the land, meaning filling it with cows or coffee. And we went from perverse incentives all the way to positive incentives. We do payments for environmental services based on a carbon tax that we have in Costa Rica, and I'm going to talk a little bit. That's the line of forest cover going down and coming up, and GDP going up. And then we do a lot of analysis. We train and educate politicians in Costa Rica, and we train it how? Not because we take them to biology school. We give them the information they do understand. This is the economics. This is the contribution of national parks to the local economy in 2009. That is $1.4 billion every year. The latest is being done this year, and probably is going to be $2.2 billion generated by national parks, 13% of the area dedicated to non-productive activities. And this is national parks income and agriculture. We will surpass agriculture very, very soon, breaking a paradigm on the way to do that. While Costa Rica was investing in protecting forests, in creating protected areas, in creating innovative mechanisms, our neighbor to the north, Guatemala, who has twice more forests than Costa Rica, decided in that crossroad in the 70s and 80s to do something different. They bet on oil and gas and logging. And in the Petén region, 2.2 million hectares, they gave it some oil drilling concessions to some companies. This is the Petén area, and there's a national park inside over there where they gave the oil concessions. And on red, you see the roads in the early 1990s. This is on the access to the drilling sites. On red, the roads, and yellow, deforestation, and this is deforestation a few years after that. This is forest fires in 2005 due to the access that the oil roads gave to the area. That year, the airport in Houston had to close for 3 full days because of the haze coming from Guatemala, like 2,000 miles apart. So, destruction of most of the, protected areas or forests in northern. And the thing is that we did the numbers. The revenues of oil is like $500 million, and the environmental cost of losing those forests, $2 billion in Guatemala. While Costa Rica was doing something else, because Guatemala was doing this. So we came up with the idea of putting, going from perverse incentives, you own the forest, you don't have any income, into a positive incentives. If you own a forest in Costa Rica, you can be paid for the services they provide to the society. So the first thing that we did in 1997 was to put a tax on carbon. And this is not the traditional carbon tax, because this is a northern concept. This is a tropical carbon tax. The Costa Rican carbon tax deals with the market failure of not recognizing the environmental service of carbon fixation someone who owns a forest does. So we put a tax on carbon. Today it generates $30 million. We are not begging on our knees to any fund or any country in the world to do our homework, domestic homework, because we were able to create a mechanism. Thank you. We've been able to create a mechanism that recognize that market failure. And we got a lot of companies in Costa Rica fully offsetting their carbon footprints. You may recognize some of them offsetting their carbon footprint. So the tax on fossil fuels plus this other program generates $33 million, and we got also a PES on water that generates $10 million more. So we're talking about $45 million that is domestically mobilized in Costa Rica through these mechanisms. And let's go and see what we have done with indigenous communities. We do payments for environmental services in indigenous community. Once more, this is not Suriname. This is Costa Rica. And these are the indigenous communities in Costa Rica. They are less than 1% of the population, but they are the largest owners of forests in the country. They are being paid for the carbon services. This is me when I was minister in 2002, something like that. I had the whole community there, and I had a check of $52,000, which I was paying them for the service they provide us the year before of carbon. And I said, before I give this year check, I want you to show me how do you invest the money. And they say, well, of course, Minister, if you want to walk a little bit more, they show me 52 new homes. They show me new school, a new access road. So I took this picture. These are the kids from this indigenous Costa Rican community in the wilderness. When I took that picture, I realized, my goodness, we're paying them for carbon, but what is the end result of what we're doing? It's human development. This is poverty alleviation. So we began connecting dots within one thing and another. This is indigenous community says this farm is subject to the payment for environmental services on agroforestry systems. 500 trees in cocoa plantation. So here, well, you don't see the numbers, neither me from here, but I'll tell you. It says that in the last 15 years, we have paid $30 million to those indigenous communities for the carbon services that they have been providing us. So we do a lot of mapping and strategy in Costa Rica. How do we invest those resources? This is the map of Costa Rica where the carbon biodiversity and water is. This is on yellow protected areas and on green corridors, biological corridors. These are crucial for us for connectivity. These are privately owned land by very wealthy people and very poor people. We don't make a difference because of their income. We do payments based on where they are located. So this is the map of the corridors where we do the payment for environmental services, securing those lands, linking them. So this is the important bird areas. We use it as another criteria, and CIs, key biodiversity areas. We use all of that as a way to allocate resources. These are conservation gaps, private conservation. This is where the poor people live. So we use that criteria to do payments. Okay, I'll stop here for a second. So what do you see in that image? What? A jaguar. Something else? A road. Well, yeah, there's a jaguar there. And that is the second photo I've seen of a jaguar in a road. The first one is in Belize. But that's not what I see there. You know what I see there? I see gourmet carbon made in Costa Rica. The highest quality carbon you can find in the market. As Costa Rica produces its coffee as one of the best in the world, our carbon is the best in the world. Of course, that jaguar, that photo of that jaguar was taken in March of 2 years ago. So when I saw the photo, I asked, where is that photo? Where is that jaguar? And they showed me in a map. I went into that map and went back 30 years in time. That same spot was cattle ranches, endless sea of grass and cows. Now you don't see grass. Now you don't see cows. You see a forest coming back. This is carbon forest. But that carbon forest is rich in biodiversity. The nearest park to that area is 30 kilometers. What the hell is a jaguar doing 30 kilometers outside a national park? Well, he's using a corridor. He's using a corridor, our carbon corridor. So our carbon is high in biodiversity and is high in human development because the farmers took an economic decision. Many years ago, they took a decision. Should I continue with endless grasslands and cow, or I should opt for a payment for carbon offsetting based on the Costa Rican PES program? And since we are paying higher than the cost of opportunity of doing cattle ranching, they choose for restoring the landscape. So the other co-benefit is human well-being. So this is the highest quality carbon you can find in the world. Great? No. No, we're very bad. Why? Because the World Bank offers me $5 per ton. Offers me $5 per ton? I mean, who do they believe we are? Huh? Not only the World Bank, but the donors to the Forest Carbon Fund. $5 per ton. This is an insult to any civilized nation. The guys dealing with the Carbon Forest Partnership Fund, as well as with the Forest Investment Fund and whatever other Carbon Red Plus program, is a nightmare. We are in the hands of a lot of bureaucrats who has never been in a tropical forest, who has never managed a forest agency, who has never been in a Ministry of Environment, who probably two times in their life has wear rubber boots. 2 times. And they are asking us, Costa Rica, for 5 years, requirements, requisites, and conditions. They don't know nothing about forests. They don't know nothing about dealing with deforestation. We are the countries who knows what it means to do that. And we need to change the way we negotiate and the rules of the game. We are the owners of the carbon stocks. Without our carbon, nobody is going to get it clean out of this climate mess. We will never, ever achieve the 1.5 degree. But we behave as if we didn't knew what we have in our own backyard, in our own hands. And I think that this is very important. Last year, I sent a note to the World Bank saying, thanks, but I'm not interested in continuing with you. It takes me $17 in Costa Rica to produce 1 ton of gourmet carbon. And I'm not going to sell it for $5. And I hope your countries get to the same conclusion. So I will finalize by saying that, yeah, you can generate high quality carbon. You can restore the landscape. You can stop logging and using your forest as a driver for growth. Oil and gas is a dead end. I mean, oil and gas. Do anybody with any common sense will jump on a sinking boat? I mean, it's a dead end road. That is not the way forward. You need to invest in this paradigm shift that you're mentioning, Madam Speaker. But you need to be able to do your own homework at home. Costa Rica has done great in many fronts because of what we call good governance. And even though we constantly deal with issues, political issues, and lack of institutional capacity, the rule of law, the transparency, the ease of doing business, respect to private property. And I'm going to stop there for just a second. If we don't give rights to the people, and rights to the land, rights to the carbon, rights to access the markets, we'll never achieve in protecting forests. If people live in the forest and they don't own the land, we will never make it. If you don't own things, you're not going to take care of it. I never wash the rented car before turning it over to the owner. I never do that because I don't care about that car. I don't own it. Well, that's the same human behavior in regards to forests and nature. If I don't own it, I'm not going to protect it. When Costa Rica gave land title to the landless people, things change, not just from the environmental point of view, but also from the human point of view. You were able to have more opportunities to improve your livelihood and your incomes. So all of these elements are kind of the, what has made Costa Rican a little bit different. And I believe that political stability in Costa Rica has been able to be in front of many countries just a few years. And I know that many countries like Guyana and Suriname in the Guyana Shield will catch up with us very soon. So let's share some of those lessons, and thank you for your attention. I wish you a great event, and have a good day.
Thank you, His Excellency Rodriguez. That was really inspiring. And I think we all needed that affirmation that we don't need other nations or other countries, mainly the developed countries who've created this challenge, to dictate to us how to fix the challenge. What we need to do now, backing again on what Mrs. Simmons said, is getting them to recognize where they have done wrong, but we also have to take responsibility and do we can take action in our own countries, as the Costa Rican example, and actually, as opposed to being taxed your $5 per ton, you can be more beneficial and profitable for your country, not just from what I gathered, Mr. Rodriguez, is that those funds are actually still going out of the country as opposed to staying and retaining in the country to help social activities, to help environmental activities, and to even help the economy of Costa Rica. So they actually discovered an internal way to maximize off of this carbon and climate change solution. I think that we can all benefit and learn we can learn a lot from Costa Rica as well, and understand that it's important that we include persons, and understand that it is important not to just find ways to reduce carbon, but we have to find ways to make persons accessible to the forest areas and to get them to understand the value and how they can benefit. Because like he said, if we're not using it, we don't care. So perhaps we need to advance on that discussion. How can we use it? How is it beneficial? And how can persons access it? Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Our next presenter is Mr. Lee White, the Director of Gabon National Parks. Welcome.
Follow that. Madam Speaker, Mr. Ministers, ladies and gentlemen. I've just this last couple of months, I've been analyzing 35 years of data. I've been monitoring forests in Gabon for 35 years. In 35 years, using our little weather station in the middle of the rainforest in Gabon, the temperature is up a degree. So in my research career, the temperature has increased by a degree. The rainfall has gone down by about 150 millimeters per year. The really sinister thing, it seems a bit crazy now, 35 years on, but for the last 35 years, my team and I have been measuring phenology, measuring fruiting and flowering of about 1,000 trees in the rainforest in the middle of the Congo Basin. And over 35 years, we've seen a drop of 30% in the fruit production of the rainforest in Gabon. 30%. Now, I've been talking to the foresters here in Suriname, and they don't have that sort of data. There are very few places anywhere in the tropics with 35 years of data. And so even the high forest countries, Gabon with 88% rainforest, those rainforests that you look at and you think of as being pristine and of having been there forever and maybe going to be there forever, actually climate change is already having a major impact on forests. In my life as head of national parks, one of my biggest problems is the fact that my elephants go out and raid people's crops. Well, those elephants have 30% less food in the rainforest because of climate change. So when we think about why is crop raiding such a problem, some of it is related to climate change. This man is my president, President Ali Bongo Ondimba. He would have liked to have been here. He's been a little bit sick recently, so he couldn't make it. This picture is from 2009. Prince Charles was running his rainforest project, and he had this very simple and very compelling idea. We have to find a way to make trees worth more alive than dead. And in 2009, there was great optimism. We were starting to talk about RED. We were, I guess, Papua New Guinea, Costa Rica, Gabon. In 2005, we launched RED, reducing emissions from deforestation. And then in Bali, 2008, we added the second D, the degradation. And then we added a plus. And then we were going into Copenhagen, and we were 120 heads of state coming together to solve the world's problems. And all of the economic analyses, all those McKinsey cost curves were showing us that the cheapest way to deal with climate change was to maintain tropical rainforests and to regrow forests around the world. It was a no-brainer. It was just obvious. It was cheaper. And as we know now with the IPCC report on 1.5 degrees, if we don't deal with forests, we're not going to deal with climate change. And so 2009, we were really optimistic about RED. The international community were promising us $30 billion of fast start for RED. Don't know if you remember that, Minister. I think we've seen about 10% of it in the last 15 years. We went from that optimism by COP17, 2011 in Durban. I got the biggest dressing down I've ever had from my president. And we haven't coordinated our notes, the minister and I, but I was sat down and I was told, Lee, this RED thing is never going to work. This RED thing is never going to get to scale. We cannot put the development of our country on the line for what was proving to be the false promises of the international community. We have to find a way to develop our own country, a different way to beat that deforestation curve that we saw this morning. Thanks. But we can't wait for the international community to do it for us. We have to find our own development pathway. And I think maybe he'd been talking to you before he said that, because it sounds like we have a lot to learn from Costa Rica. So this could be Costa Rica. Or Suriname. Or DRC. It happens to be Gabon. How do we find a way to preserve these forest landscapes? The African rainforests are Even the mature forests, as we heard this morning, are still sucking carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere every day, every year. Each hectare of the Central African rainforest will absorb 3 to 5 tons of CO2 every year. Were the World Bank to give us $5 per ton for that, it would cover about a third of what it costs us to manage those forests. So this idea that tropical forests absorbing carbon is a natural process, just like the ocean absorbing carbon, and that it shouldn't be covered in the carbon markets in the red. You know, this is the plus, the very difficult plus of red. But if you don't manage these rainforests, then, and I was lucky enough to go to the rainforest yesterday. I went to Bramberg and I saw wonderful forests and I saw lovely monkeys, but I saw gold mining. In Gabon, we have a huge problem with gold mining. If you don't manage the forests, the gold miners move in. If you don't manage the forests, the illegal loggers move in. If you don't manage these forests, they become degraded and they end up being cut down. And so it's a fallacy to think that because the Congo Basin is this big, rich, intact forest today, that it will be tomorrow. Sadly, we look to West Africa. West Africa has lost 90% of its forests. Only Liberia is clinging on there. Ivory Coast has lost 80% of the forest inside its protected areas because the forests weren't managed. And so we have to manage the forests if we want them to continue to contribute to climate change. And as we know, if we don't do that, climate change is only going to get worse and worse. I think dealing with the rainforest, in that it's the cheapest way to deal with climate change, if we lose the rainforest, then we've lost the planet, basically. So why wasn't Prince Charles able to convince the international community that trees are worth more alive than dead? Why is it that the $30 billion of Fast Start for Red didn't come? Why is it that we're all struggling to find the funding to maintain these forests? I think that the bottom line, obviously, is that the international community, the global community, is not ready to pay. I have been a climate change negotiator for 11 years. I think I have the best job on the planet. I'm managing the national parks of Gabon, the natural treasures of Gabon, the elephants, the gorillas, and so on. The worst part of my job is climate change negotiating. It's such a frustrating process. You take one step forward and then you take 3 steps back, and you take 1 step forward and 3 steps back. And the reality is that I guess maybe things haven't got bad enough yet. At least things for the developed world and for the richer people of this planet. Because things haven't got bad enough for the developed world, because Florida, the golf courses of Florida, have not yet sunk under the rising oceans, as they perhaps will do in the years to come. Because it's the people of the Sahel who are dying of thirst. The international community is not yet ready to deal with this problem. And I see that as I have this strange kind of persona. I was born British and I'm now Gabonese. I'm both G77 and and Annex 1. I go into the G77 meetings and I hear all of my brothers and sisters venting their frustration at the lack of progress in these meetings. And like Costa Rica, Gabon is deciding basically to go it on our own, to find our own way to save our rainforests. And I hope I can visit Costa Rica soon to exchange ideas. For me, the real problem in these climate change negotiations is the lack of trust. I've been saying it for 10 years. There has to be a leap of faith. If we're going to put so many conditionalities on REDD, if we're going to put so many what they call safeguards, if we're going to have one rule for developed countries called LULUCF and one rule for developing countries called REDD, it's just not going to work. There has to be a leap of faith. We have to just take the plunge and decide that we're really going to do this and we're going to save the rainforests. As I was thinking about the title I was given, to think about the problems at accessing funding, obviously, in many of our countries, there are capacity issues. But again, I think taking that plunge is the only way to go. There are so many consultants making money off REDD and so few REDD countries making money off REDD right now that we have a real problem. I'll just take maybe one more minute to just give a little bit of background on Gabon. As I said, Gabon's 88% forest. Back in 2001, we passed a law to make it obligatory for forestry companies to do sustainable forestry. In 2002, we created 13 national parks, cancelling 2 million hectares of forestry permits. In the period between 2006 and 2016, through improved forestry, through reducing the number of forestry permits, through creating national parks, we did about 300 million tons of REDD. We reduced our emissions by about 300 million tons. In 2009, the president, newly elected president, Ali Bongo, banned the export of raw timber. He made transforming timber within the country obligatory. President Sarkozy came from France immediately to convince him that he'd made a mistake, that it was a very bad idea. And it was a bad idea for President Sarkozy because a lot of jobs in Normandy, where they were turning our trees into cigar boxes, were lost. That one decision saved about 200 million tons of carbon emissions because our production went right down. Initially, we lost about 10,000 jobs, which is a lot of jobs for a country like, we're a little bit like Suriname, we only have 2 million people. So 10,000 jobs is a lot of jobs in Gabon. But 7, 8 years later, we're making high quality furniture. We now have 15,000 more jobs than we had before. And most of those people are making quality furniture. And so we're making a lot more money from about a third as much timber. And so we're logging our forests much less. And we're gradually creating a vision for how we develop our country, maintaining our forest cover, well above 80, probably well above 85%. We've just decided to make FSC certification obligatory for every logging permit. And we have data that shows that the FSC permits have about 50% of the carbon emissions of the badly managed permits elsewhere. And we've made an unconditional commitment in our INDC to reduce our emissions by 50%, even though right now we absorb about 40 million tons more than we emit every year, but we're still reducing. And so I will stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. White, for that very informative presentation on Gabon National Parks. Two very important points that I noted from Mr. White's presentation. Again, it's a recurring theme. Countries have to find innovative ways to protect and manage their forests, as well as they have to find ways to increase the multiplier effects that they can profit from forests in their own countries, as well as understanding the importance of the reluctancy on our developed countries to actually contribute. It plays in the development of our nation's ability to commit to these things, but in reality, they're not helping us, so we have to try and help ourselves. And these conferences, again, as Mr. White said, allows for those opportunities. So thank you again for that. Our next presenter is from Bhutan. He is a representative, and he will be speaking on Bhutan for Life, a GCF-funded project.
Before I actually begin my presentation, I would like to thank the previous speakers, because I was worried that after a heavy lunch, the audience might fall asleep. So thank you so much for keeping them active and rejuvenated. So I'll try and complete my presentation before you all fall asleep. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, representatives from international organizations, representatives of the media, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon. I stand here on behalf of His Majesty the King, Royal Government, and the people of Bhutan to offer our support and stand in solidarity with the HFLD countries to fight the menace of climate change. The topic that I will be speaking is the challenges in accessing climate finance for conservation and climate projects in Bhutan. And this is, sorry. Okay. Up there, okay. Mm-hmm.
On the right.
Sorry about the issue here. Now, this is how I have actually outlined my presentation. To set the context of my presentation, I will briefly present about the profile of my country, Bhutan. Then after that, briefly touch upon the conservation history, including the challenges that we face. Before I then present about the challenges of accessing climate finance, I would briefly talk about two of the climate projects as introduced that we are implementing which is the Bhutan for Life and also the Readiness program. Bhutan is a tiny Himalayan Buddhist kingdom tucked in between two of the giants in Asia. That's how we introduce ourselves. China in the north and India in the east, south, and west. So we have a population of little over 700,000. We have a total country area of 38,394 square kilometer, of which 71% is under the forest cover. And based on our recent study, we have found out that we have a deforestation rate of less than 0.01%. If we look at our conservation history, for Bhutan, the conservation is not just an aspiration, but it is indeed a constitutional mandate. So our constitution actually requires us to maintain 60% of the total geographical area of country under forest cover for all times to come. And therefore, so far, we have been able to set aside more than 51% of the total geographical area under protected area management network system. So we have 6 national parks, 4 wildlife sanctuaries, and 1 strict nature reserve. And these national parks, wildlife sanctuaries are connected by what is called as biological corridors. And because of this and the conducive policies and programs that the royal government has been implementing, we have been able to maintain our protected areas as a pristine habitat that are providing safe habitat and safe haven for varied wildlife and biodiversity. And for a small country like Bhutan to have more than 5,000 species of vascular plants, more than 200 species of mammals, and 700 plus of birds is quite incredible. And the other reason why we have been fairly successful in terms of conservation is the fact that our way of life is deeply rooted in the Buddhist way of living. And in that, which we respect the interdependent nature of our life. So because of all this, despite having more than 64% of our population still living in rural areas, whose livelihood depends on the forest, either directly or indirectly on a daily basis, we have been able to maintain our forest and environment largely intact. So the other reason why we have been successful in terms of conservation is, as we are known to many countries globally, we pursue a development based on a philosophy called as gross national happiness. The noble idea which our 4th king, His Majesty, the King Jigme Singye Wangchuk, propounded. And one of the pillars of this noble philosophy is the environmental conservation. And above all, what we are blessed with is the leadership. And we have been fortunate enough to be blessed with visionary kings, both our His Majesty, the 4th king, and His Majesty, the 5th king. They have been very visionary. They have shown us the way, and they have guided us in terms of pursuing this conservation. And this is what they have said. Our His Majesty, the 5th king, said, I quote, "The problem facing the world today They challenge all of us equally. And the solution to those challenges must come from a real sense of concern and care for others, for all sentient beings, and for future generations. We must care about what happens to the earth, I unquote. Likewise, His Majesty, the fourth king, also said, I quote, throughout the centuries, the Bhutanese have treasured their natural environment and have looked upon it as a source of all life. This traditional reverence for nature has delivered us into the 20th century with our environment still richly intact. We wish to continue living in harmony with nature and pass on this rich heritage to our future generations, I unquote. This clearly indicates, and this is a testimony to how much the environment and conservation means to Bhutan's development. So, up until now, I have been presenting the only better part of our conservation. And if I have sounded like I'm talking about and presenting a utopian kind of a country that is completely devoid of all the issues and challenges, then I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to sound like that. So we have, the thing is that we have our own set of issues and challenges. We have problem, like for instance, because our population is steadily increasing, so we are finding it very difficult to strike a balance between people's aspiration for development and a demand for natural resources on one hand, and the environmental conservation on the other hand. Recently, we have started witnessing increasing trend of the conflicts between human and the wildlife. The agriculture crops are getting depredated. Domestic cattle are getting depredated by the wildlife, which gets killed in retaliation. Not only that, we have also started witnessing increasing incidences of climate-induced natural calamities, natural disasters such as forest fire and flash floods. So these calamities have not only claimed huge loss in terms of the natural resources, but also properties. Sometimes they have also even claimed some of the precious life. So all these issues and threats are increasing year by year, and they need finance to address these issues. Just at a time when we are witnessing increasing trend of all these environmental issues, what we are also witnessing is the decreasing trend of foreign aid. So given such a situation that we are in, Royal Government of Bhutan, in collaboration with WWF, initiated what is called as Bhutan for Life. Bhutan for Life is a project financed for permanence mechanism to provide sustained flow of funds to effectively manage Bhutan's protected areas and biological corridors. GCF is the major funding. As I said, BFL is a sustainable financing for our protected areas. Bhutan's BFL is going to cover more than 51% of the total area, because we have more than 51% of the area set aside as the protected areas. So through this BFL, we seek to develop our national parks and wildlife sanctuaries as the sanctuaries for diversity and persistence of life, purveyors of sustainable ecosystem and services, centers for economic opportunities and community well-being, reservoirs for carbon regulators of climate, and centers of effective management and efficient services. The other project, climate project that we are currently implementing, as I said, is the RED Plus Readiness Program. So we are currently in the final year of implementing the RED Readiness Program. It's being funded by FCPF through World Bank. So far, in terms of implementation, we have completed either partially or fully all of these 4 components of the RED Readiness Program. And we have also developed National RED Strategy, so which has identified some of the activities that will require huge chunk of finances. Therefore, we look towards the opportunity such as this conference to be able to explore so that we are able to fund our activities identified in the National RED Strategy. Okay, so to end my presentation, I would like to point out some of the issues and challenges that we face in terms of accessing the climate fund. One of the issues that we face as a LDC, the least developed country, is that we do not have capacity. We do not have capacity equipped with skills and knowledge to access the climate funds. Even when we are able to actually develop capacity of some of our people, the procedures, guidelines, and the policies of accessing the climate funds keep changing. And as a least developed country, we are not able to keep up with the pace of frequent change in the guidelines and then processes. The other challenge that we face in terms of accessing the climate fund is we have limited resources but competing priorities, and because of which we are not able to co-fund the projects. And from our experience, some of the donors, they look at co-funding opportunities so to be able to fund some of the activities. So therefore, because of all these issues that we face, we are not able to access the funds for the climate finance. So with this, I would like to end my presentation. But before I end my presentation, I would like to take the opportunity to thank the government and people of Suriname for hosting this very important conference, and also for the warm hospitality extended to us. So although we are very far from our country, we feel at home away from home. Thank you so much, and thank you everyone.
Thank you so much for that very informative presentation on Bhutan. I think we've all learned a little bit more than what we knew about Bhutan. We feel more familiar with you and what is happening in your country, especially the Gross National Happiness Index. I think we should all pick something from that. That's something to aspire to. Our next speaker is Mr. Jervis. Sorry, our next speaker is Mr. Mikey Atala. You're next, okay. The Director of International Organizations Division Ministries. Okay, but give me a second, because I think it's Mr. Jervis Omadus. Because I think, yes. Right? Okay. Sorry for that.
Yes.
Okay, welcome.
Okay. Can I have a presentation? No, this is for, okay.
Okay. Okay. Sorry, we had a challenge. So it's Mrs. Atala who will be presenting who will be representing Mrs. Victor Kambingale. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's all a little bit confusing because we're coming from very far, from the Congo, and so we had some problems with our travel. This is why I'm representing Mr. Victor Kabengele, who's the Deputy Coordinator of the National Red Fund and would have loved to deliver this presentation. I hope I do it and you and him justice in delivering the presentation on his behalf. All due protocols observed, I would also like to thank the government of Suriname for the invitation extended to the DRC to share its experience in mobilizing and accessing climate finance. So first off, maybe I would like to start with one of the key challenges that DRC is facing, which is essentially summarized in 2 words: emissions and development. Here on the left-hand side, on the graph on the left-hand side, you can see the per capita emissions. These different lines represent different countries. Oh, there is no pointer. DRC is one of the bottom countries. It's one of the lines, green lines at the bottom. On the other side, on the right-hand graph, it's a graph that represents per capita GDP in US dollars. And once again, DRC is among the countries that are at the very bottom of that graph. So DRC can have many labels. It is a high forest, low deforestation country, but it's also an LDC. It's a low development country. And so one of the key challenges that DRC faces is how do we increase the per capita GDP without increasing the per capita emissions. January 2018, it actually has started sliding. And the rate of deforestation estimated in the FREL for the period 2000 to 2010 was of 0.34%. Now, well, for the period 2010-2014, as reported in the forest reference emission level, is up to 1.25%. So one could argue that depending on how you categorize or what are the parameters that you consider for HFLDs, maybe DRC itself is no longer a HFLD. However, if we look at DRC as a country, and so I'm just going to list the parameters of DRC. I don't have them up there in the presentation. So DRC, for those who don't know, is a country that's 2.5 million kilometers square. 60% of its land area is forests. It's a country where the population size is 80 million. It's a country where 60% of the population lives below poverty line. And it's a country where fertility rate is of 6.7. So it's faced with multiple challenges. It's also a country that exports, has the highest stock, not only of carbon and forests in Central Africa, but it's also a country that has the highest stock of coltan and other minerals that go into the production of cell phones, computers, electric car batteries, yet the country doesn't benefit from any of that. So going back to the status of the country as a HFLD, if we look across the country and if we average rates of deforestation, yes, maybe the DRC is no longer a HFLD or wouldn't qualify based on which definition one considers. But then if we look within the country, there are provinces that are still high forest, low deforestation provinces, so to speak, and other provinces, those that are barred in red, which are countries that have really are subject to high pressure from deforestation. So what is the DRC national strategy essentially? What is the purpose of that? So the purpose is to try to maintain the forest cover at 63.5% by 2030. We're already below that. So now not only do we have to stop deforestation, but we also have to increase the forest cover if we are to stick by that objective. The strategy was developed essentially taking a prospective analysis, so building on the different scenarios of population trends, of economic trends, and so on. But primarily at the core of it, essentially what it is a strategy that supports land use planning to achieve socioeconomic objectives of the country. DRC has also as an objective to become a middle income country by 2030. So again, it's how do we decouple economic growth from deforestation, or how do we allow both of these to happen together? As in the case of Costa Rica, I'm very curious to learn about that. And the third thing that this strategy aims to do is it aims to transform the drivers of deforestation into drivers of development. Why? So what you see on the upper line are the main drivers of deforestation as identified in DRC's RED strategy. You have agriculture is the primary driver of deforestation, energy, forest governance and management, mining, land use, and then these are the kind of direct drivers, and then the indirect drivers are land use planning with allocation for different land uses on the same area. Tenure is a big issue, as has been mentioned before. There is lack of clarity in terms of property, but there is also a clash between customary and institutional law in terms of land tenure. Demography, as I mentioned, is a key challenge as well, and overall governance. And I think the last slide from Costa Rica speaks a lot to that issue of governance, where to be able to attract the kind of investments that are needed for sustainable agriculture, for sustainable forest management, we need to be operating in a system that actually attracts those kinds of investments rather than investments in illegal loggers or other rogue investors. This morning, I think the issue of holistic approach was mentioned. It's partly what we try to do in the DRC in implementing the investment plan. So it's a three-pronged approach that we take. First one is to regulate. So we do that through land use planning or by currently designing and developing a land use plan. Through reforming agriculture, forestry, and energy policies, through land tenure reforms, by putting in place participatory frameworks and platforms that enable the private sector, civil society, and indigenous peoples to be part of the decision-making process. And lastly, by putting in place norms and standards that would apply to every single player, be they institutional investors, individual investors, or bilateral investors. The second part of it is investment. Because the reality is that we're not going to address deforestation if we don't invest in something that will take away economic returns from forests into some other sectors. And so in order to do that, the DRC is investing in improving the business environment. That is a key, bottleneck to preventing essentially investors from coming into the DRC. Clarity of ease of doing business, clarity of how to obtain a permit, equity in obtaining those permits, ability to go to the courts. These are all the types of issues that are necessary for investors to come in. We're aiming to build partnerships with the private sector. This is still a bit of a challenge in the DRC because of the general financial investment frameworks. But we're mostly encouraging investments in agriculture. The reality is that palm oil is needed, is present in many different products and industries. It grows within a very limited range, as we know, within the tropical belt. So it is no use essentially trying to say that we're not going to produce palm oil, but rather how are we going to produce it and how to orientate and frame palm oil investors and production in a way that is that does the least harm. And lastly, we're working on mobilizing the financial sector. It's a very limited sector in the DRC, but that is an opportunity because it's not yet very mature. So there is an opportunity to introduce within the banking sectors things like credit risk ratings related to whether the business has an impact on forests or not. So rendering the banking sector more forest compatible and forest compliant. And lastly, we monitor all of that in order to reduce the impacts on forests through the National Forest Monitoring System by putting in place, this is in compliance with the UNFCCC, putting in place the Safeguards Information System, but also from the national standpoint by supporting the strengthening of the Congolese Environment Agency so that it is able and enforced and empowered to require and monitor environmental impact assessments, environmental and social impact assessments, as well as the implementation of environmental management plans. When you do a screening of the mining industry in the DRC, 85% of the title holders in the DRC have submitted a blueprint environmental impact assessment. So essentially, it's the same impact assessment with the same issues and just a change in the name. So there is no real effort that has been done there. It's just a procedure. And the purpose here is to strengthen the new mining code, actually, of the DRC, strengthens and mandates the Congolese Agency for the Environment to do so. So how has the DRC fared in terms of mobilizing financing for RED? For those of you who are not very conversant in the UNFCCC framework, RED framework or RED process, in general, we divide, the RED is divided into 3 phases: the preparatory phase, the investment phase, and the results-based payment phase. So where is DRC with that right now? It has received quite a bit of funding for the preparation phase from the FCPF, the Forest Carbon Partnership Fund, from the UN RED program for the Congo Basin Forest Fund, and from the government itself to equip itself with all the different tools and requirements and prerequisites that Lee was mentioning in order to be able to access subsequent RED financing. Currently, we say that the DRC is in its investment phase with regards to deforestation and is currently implementing the policies and actions that have been laid out in its national RED strategy. For that, the DRC has received financing from the FIP, the Forest Investment Program under the CIF of the World Bank, from the GF, the Global Environment Facility, from the government itself, from an initiative called CAFI, Central African Forest Initiative, which covers 6 countries in Central Africa and is a performance-based mechanism. It's a very interesting mechanism as opposed to results-based payments. The GCF with a question mark because of the complexities that were mentioned by Bhutan, ever-changing frameworks, ever-changing policies and procedures, and actually a disregard to the national frameworks that are in place. And I will get to that later on. And so the DRC has received financing also from bilaterals for its investment phase. For the results-based payment phase, so it's not uncommon for a country to be concurrently in the 3 phases. So in the results-based payment phase, the DRC has signed an emission reduction purchase agreement with the Carbon Fund. It was the first country to do so just recently in September. Other options may or may not include the Green Climate Fund, the Red Early Movers, bilaterals, or the carbon market when it's in place. So I'll just skip to that. Here I will just cover very quickly a jurisdictional program in one of the provinces, in the Mai-Ndombe province, in the eastern part of the country. So out of the whole package of financing that the DRC has received, we can safely say that almost 70% of that has been directed to this province, which is also the target of this emission reduction purchase agreement with the Carbon Fund, and where the aim is essentially to reduce emissions by 29 million tons by 2020. Why do I zoom on that and focus on that? Because just as I think it was Tom from WCS mentioned earlier this morning, that RED as a mechanism essentially favors, I would go as far as to say, as a perverse mechanism, which rewards countries that have high deforestation rates and are able to lower them, rather than countries that have low deforestation rates and maintain them so. So what is happening in the DRC is that we're mirroring that scheme so far, in a sense that the Mai-Ndombe province is one of the provinces where deforestation rates are the highest, and it has received the highest amount of financing. And if we go by the requirements of the Carbon Fund, it will again receive the performance payments, the results payments of the Carbon Fund will actually be reinvested in the Mai-Ndombe province. So we would be replicating at a national level among or within the provinces of the country a very similar pattern as what we have witnessed so far with the RED scheme. But we're aware of that, so we're trying to work on it so that we don't replicate it. So what are some of the lessons from the DRC's experience in mobilizing finance? I wish I could say that the red part of this pie is the funding that we have mobilized. Unfortunately, it's the funding that we have not mobilized. So the RED strategy goes up until 2030, and in order to operationalize it, the DRC has fragmented this, or has fragmented that into investment plans over 5-year periods. So the current investment plan, the 2016-2020 investment plan, the cost of that is estimated at $1.1 billion. That's the cost of action. Currently, we have mobilized roughly 200 million from the Central African Forest Initiative that I mentioned, 60 million from the Forest Investment Program of the CIF for that Mai-Ndombe province, and roughly 20 million from all other sources of funds combined that I have mentioned. So what have the challenges been that have not enabled us so far to mobilize even if half of the requirements or the cost of the investment plan? Well, from my point of view, or from our point of view as the National RED Fund, one of the key challenges is that the DRC has put forward a holistic approach. It has a national strategy, it has an investment plan, it's equipped itself with a National RED Fund, which's mission is to mobilize and implement financing. And we have this holistic approach along the lines of this holistic approach that I've mentioned earlier for reducing impacts and reducing deforestation. Yet we are faced with fragmented financing. If you look at that pie chart, if I say, well, if we were to do a quiz here for climate finance wizards, if I say additionality, one would say the CDM. If you say performance, one would say CAFI. If I say incrementality, one would say the GEF. If I say adjustments, that's the Carbon Fund. If I say results, that's the UNFCCC or the GCF. So if I say social or safeguards, that's the general framework or general requirements that we have. So in fact, while a country may be able to organize itself internally in terms of the programmatic framework, financing framework, and so on and so forth, we are faced in the external world, we are faced with this fragmentation. And you have to justify every single source of fund according to its own requirements, according to its own needs. And that does not make mobilizing finance any easy. The second point that I wanted to mention, again, is that DRC, the forest in DRC is not necessarily subject to the same type of pressures and same type of threats. Yet we do see that we have requirement or flat requirements, if I can say. So there are things that can be solved at the national level through national policies, and others that can be better solved at a jurisdictional level within each of the provinces. But aside from that Maindombe province, we have not been able. It's dubbed by the FCPF and by the FIP as a pilot. Unfortunately, it's not a replicable pilot. A pilot, by definition, is something that we can replicate, that we can use as a basis to do it elsewhere. Well, we're not going to be able to mobilize 260 million for every single one of the 26 provinces of the DRC. Or the question is, how would we be able to mobilize those funds? So the reality is that where donors are interested, they will go, and where they are not, they will just leave all of those red spots or red areas unattended for, because the DRC, for the time being, is not able to allocate its own budget for that purpose. So in a summary, in a nutshell, what are our lessons? In terms of monitoring, reporting, and verification, we see that there is an asymmetry in capacities to negotiate, and in particular, to streamline different requirements. As I said, different funding sources have their own requirements. The carbon fund, I think Danai mentioned this morning, allows for an adjustment, requires a calculation on a historical basis. Countries may opt to do something different for their FREL under the UNFCCC, and now we have the GCF with the scorecard that brings in a whole lot of new requirements, which the countries that have already submitted their FRELs may not have accounted for. In terms of climate finance, as I mentioned in a previous slide with the pie chart, for the sake of attribution, we actually fragment holistic action in a holistic world. This morning, someone mentioned that forests need to be addressed in a holistic way. They represent carbon, they represent biodiversity, they represent social benefits, they represent water reservoirs. You cannot fragment that in nature. Yet, in order to access finance, we are required to fraction that. You go to the GEF for global biodiversity benefits on the biodiversity thematic area, and within that same forest, then you can go to another donor for carbon. So we've tended to overcomplicate a word that actually is quite simple. Because if you look at it, bottom line is whatever the project is, we are doing the same thing. We are improving people's livelihoods. We are trying to change practices that affect forests. And we are trying to divert from forests as a source of income and revenue by cutting it down to forest as a source of well-being by keeping it standing. Yet, to mobilize the finance, we have to do all of this weird gymnastics. In terms of phases of RED, I've covered up the 3 phases in a previous slide. One of the key challenges is that middle phase, is the phase to access investments, to do the actions that are required to generate the emission reduction. There's lots of funding. Everyone is very happy to finance a satellite imagery and a lab and a process to design safeguard information systems. Everyone is happy to finance that. A few people are quite happy to buy your carbon on condition. and at the price that they want to set themselves. But very, very few are actually willing to support the required investments that will take that country from that crossroad, that will help the country not go down that slide, but rather maintain its forest cover. I think a challenge that has already been mentioned is the fact, so we've calculated in the DRC that the cost of generating a ton of emission reduction in one of the most accessible provinces is $17 per ton. At a price rate of $5 per ton, it's uncomparable. And even though it was always meant to be an incentive mechanism and not a compensation mechanism, the incentive needs to at least be proportional to the effort that you're making. So $5 is kind of a joke. And lastly, for high forest, low deforestation countries in particular, payment for results is a key challenge, again, because of the way that the accounting is done. So perhaps one may think that, one may consider that for HFLDs, rather than a metric based on the tons of emission reductions, one could consider a process that is still performance-based, because donors are very worried that they're going to put their money, it's going to disappear without generating results. Well, those results can be articulated in a different way than the emission reduction, and this is the case of what the DRC has negotiated with CAFI. It's a performance-based funding. They don't give us the 200 million upfront. It's 120 million given upfront. And then the rest of it is conditioned on the realization by the DRC of a certain set of reforms that are verified by an external and independent verification. So that might be a more interesting way for HFLDs to mobilize performance-based financing, all the while dealing with a lack of trust on the donor part. And then some food for thought. If we look at the DRC's RED strategy, essentially among all the objectives that you see there, all the drivers, only one of them is actually related to forests. All the rest are external. It's energy, it's agriculture, as I was mentioning. So the question is, does forest finance need to be finance for forests? Does it need to be tagged forests so that we can use it for the purpose of forests? I think this morning there was a gentleman from Korea who asked, how is this financing used? For the time being in the DRC, for example, we have a project that is supporting a shift or a reduction in energy from fuel wood. Fuel wood is the major driver of deforestation in the energy sector. Yet when you go to the traditional RED donors or forest donors, they will only support cook stoves, energy efficient cook stoves, or improving the efficiency of the charcoal production process. They will not support electrification. They will not support other sources of energy. They will not support the energy that is required to transform agricultural produce. They will not support the energy that is required to transform cut wood into furniture. So, well, essentially what we are doing in the National RED Fund is that we are going after other donors that will support these types of energy. Korea is welcome, by the way. And perhaps some of the last reflections from the DRC's experience. So what we see so far is that there is much more appetite to support curative or reactive action rather than prevention. And this is pretty much the same as in medicine. No, you go to a doctor, the insurance will cover if you go to a doctor who will cure you from a disease or who will operate or do a surgery, but they will not cover acupuncture or Ayurveda or other medicine that might prevent you from getting sick in the first place. And that is exactly the same thing that we're witnessing in this forest area, in this forest sector. We don't see a lot of appetite for financing for countries that have managed to preserve their forests, but we do see quite a bit for countries that have actually deforested quite a bit. Yet it is important for the planet to maintain financial mechanisms, nonetheless, for countries like Brazil or other countries that have done a major effort into to reduce their deforestation. One area that the DRC is orientating itself towards is technology transfer, because essentially to be able to maintain the forest cover as it is today, or as it's aimed to be in the National RED strategy. Take land use planning, for example. Land use planning is associated with planning for infrastructure. The DRC will require around 25,000 kilometers square in roads in order to be able to connect different provinces and connect its different parts. What it creates is also a possible case, as in Guatemala, I think you mentioned, where you can see along the roads hotspots of deforestation. Would it be really an illusion to think that the DRC may invest already in a modular type of transport system with high-speed bullet trains, for example, that transport merchandise, and then roads that do the smaller connections? Would that be really an illusion, or is it actually an opportunity for a country like DRC, where nothing has been done, and it can it can leapfrog in terms of its technology and in terms of its thinking how it manages its land? And last, it's important for international finance to align with the national systems and processes. I think I've talked about that enough, that the DRC has set its course, has said what it wants to do, how it wants to do it, has a national fund. The national fund has a fantastic governance. It's presided by the Minister of Finance. The Vice Presidency is the Minister of Environment. And it has 4 other ministers on its board. It has civil society and the private sector on that board, making decisions and prioritizing where the money goes. Why does it still need to go through another board in Songdo or Washington or wherever to decide how this money needs to be allocated and spent? So on that note, thank you very much. And I would just like to say that the DRC considers that mitigation and adaptation are 2 sides of the same coin. This morning, someone mentioned that Suriname is a low-lying country. If we don't work on mitigation, the cost of adaptation and the efforts and the impacts of climate change are going to be so high that the efforts to adapt to those impacts is going to increase. So solidarity with the Suriname on that as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tiller. I think you would have done Mr. Gervino due justice. You did well. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Mr. Jervis Madus. He is the Deputy Executive Secretary who will be speaking on the countries of COMOFAC and access to climate finance.
Ok, bonsoir. Mesdames, Messieurs les ministres. In French, of course.
So if you, for persons, if you need your translators, we have the headphones at the back, okay? And French is which channel? For 7 is French, okay? Channel 7.
Messieurs les ministres, Madame la Présidente, honorable Présidente de l'Assemblée nationale de la République du Suriname, Excellences, Mesdames, Messieurs les ambassadeurs, distingués délégués, bonsoir. C'est un plaisir pour moi de prendre la parole ce soir pour vous parler des pays de l'espace COMIFAC et de l'accès à la finance climat. Il est toujours difficile de prendre la parole après les pays, après toutes ces belles interventions que nous avons entendues du Monsieur le ministre du Costa Rica, du Gabon, de l'expérience du Bhoutan et de la RDC. Je me souviens encore, en 2005, lors du dernier congrès forestier mondial à Durban, lors du panel de haut niveau, il y a un ministre qui déclarait que les pays ont fait beaucoup d'efforts en matière de gestion forestière et que l'accompagnement n'est pas venu pour soutenir les efforts des pays. Je pense que ça reste valable après tout ce que nous venons de suivre ici. Madame Lamorati, je veux nous faire gagner du temps parce qu'après tout ce que nous avons suivi sur le Costa Rica, sur le Gabon, toutes les expériences qui ont passé, si on regarde les photos, à un moment on confondait, est-ce que c'est le Gabon, est-ce que c'est Costa Rica? Eh bien, c'était les forêts tropicales. Donc, pour cette présentation, effectivement, nous avons prévu vous parler de la Comifac, qui est un espace géographique, un espace politique et une vision également en matière de gestion et de conservation des écosystèmes forestiers. La Comifac est une institution, et la Comifac, c'est aussi un faible niveau de financement internationaux et peut-être quelques pistes de stratégie pour le financement des pays à haute couverture forestière et faible taux de déforestation. Un espace géographique, oui. Nous avons bien suivi toute cette présentation et tout ce que le Gabon, la RDC vous ont présenté. C'est bien ce paysage que nous voyons là, au cœur de l'Afrique centrale, et qui s'emboîte avec la partie de l'Amazonie si on enlève l'océan Atlantique. C'est un espace géographique, il y a des hommes, il y a un réseau hydrographique, c'est presque 300 millions d'hectares, dont 99 sont des forêts primaires ou naturelles, etc. Je vous passe de tout ça. Voilà le paysage des aires protégées en Afrique centrale, 143 aires protégées, presque 11% de la superficie totale des pays du bassin du Congo. Une grande diversité de la faune, plus de 600 espèces d'arbres, une multitude de produits forestiers non ligneux. Et tout ça, je vous fais grâce, nous avons suivi des très belles images. Les pays du bassin du Congo, c'est un apport dans le cycle climatique mondial. Les scientifiques nous l'ont démontré ce matin. Ce qu'on a découvert de particulier, c'est ce que vous voyez en bleu en bas là-bas, en vert, je vais dire. C'est cette tourbière, avec 140 000 km², c'est la plus grande tourbière du tropique, plus de 30 milliards de tonnes de CO2 piégées dans la partie centrale du bassin du Congo. Les scientifiques ont dit que ça fait 3 années d'émissions mondiales liées aux énergies fossiles. Donc la perturbation de cet écosystème, vous pouvez bien vous imaginer les dégâts que ça créerait, surtout après quand nous avons tous ces commentaires de ce rapport du GIEC que nous avons validé en octobre dernier en Corée. Oui, c'est un atout pour un développement durable, ça produit des biens et des services, des moyens de subsistance pour les communautés et les États, et une richesse, une zone riche en ressources minières. C'est U4 que j'ai demandé qui représentait comment les concessions forestières se chevauchaient avec les concessions forestières, les concessions minières, les parcs nationaux et les aires protégées. Un espace situé, constitué des pays à haute couverture forestière, c'est ce qu'on a dit. Entre 1990 et 2000, le taux de déforestation dans le bassin du Congo était de 0,16%. Certaines littératures parlent de 0,17%, mais on reste bien en deçà de la moyenne qui nous a été présentée ce matin de 0,2%. De 2000 à 2010, la déforestation est diminuée, passée de 0,16 à 0,1. Nous comprendrons tout à l'heure pourquoi il y a eu cette diminution de la déforestation. On a parlé des pays, justement, on voit les couvertures forestières, on voit les niveaux de déforestation qui sont très faibles sur ce qu'on appelle les 6 pays à forte couverture forestière dans les pays du bassin du Congo. La Comifac, c'est un espace politique et une vision. Cette image, j'ai cru qu'elle ferait sourire l'ambassadeur de France, parce que nous avons là au milieu le président Chirac entouré de ses pairs d'Afrique centrale. En 2005, lorsqu'on signait le traité sur la conservation et la gestion des pays du bassin du Congo portant création de la Comifac. Donc c'est une mobilisation politique des États. On voit les 10 chefs d'État des pays du bassin du Congo avec leurs amis et les Nations Unies qui les accompagnaient pour cette initiative. Eh bien, c'est de l'histoire, Convention de Rio. Après Rio, les chefs d'État africains se sont dit, mais quelle va être la contribution de nous, propriétaires de ces forêts, par rapport à tous ces dégâts que nous voyons et toutes ces menaces qui sont annoncées sur la dégradation des ressources terrestres. Donc, en 1999, il y a eu un sommet des chefs d'État africains et il y a eu la signature de ce que l'on appelle une déclaration dite de Yaoundé. Et pour faire asseoir cette déclaration, les pays de l'espace COMIFAC ont préparé ou élaboré ce qu'on appelle un plan de convergence sous-régionale et qui proposait justement la création d'un secrétariat pour s'en occuper. Et en 2005, la photo donc, que vous avez vue, c'était le sommet des chefs d'État d'Afrique centrale au moment de la signature de ce traité instituant la COMIFAC et validant le plan de convergence. Donc en 2017, la COMIFAC est dotée du statut d'organisme spécialisé de la communauté économique des États d'Afrique centrale. En 2014, il y a eu un premier plan de convergence qui a été révisé en 2015 pour la période 2015-2025. Et on se souvient que déjà en 2000, l'Assemblée générale des Nations unies encourageait toutes les parties à soutenir cette initiative des chefs d'État de l'Afrique centrale. Voilà, c'est le dernier sommet, le dernier conseil des ministres des pays de l'espace COMIFAC. Donc, 10 pays, 10 ministres étaient présents pour parler de la vie de l'institution et de tout ce qui se passe. Donc, dans la déclaration de Yaoundé, on peut lire, puisqu'on parle des financements, oui, les chefs d'État ont dit on doit s'attacher au principe de la conservation, de la biodiversité, de la gestion durable, et aussi penser aux droits de leur peuple à compter sur les ressources forestières pour soutenir leurs efforts de développement économique et social. Dans cette déclaration, justement, les chefs d'État proposaient qu'il fallait mettre en place par la communauté internationale, aujourd'hui très consciente du rôle écologique de la forêt, créer un mécanisme international destiné au financement à travers un fonds fiduciaire pour soutenir de manière durable les pays de la sous-région dans leurs efforts d'aménagement, de conservation et de recherche sur les écosystèmes forestiers. Donc, ce plan de convergence, c'est le cadre de planification stratégique des interventions prioritaires en matière de conservation et de gestion durable des écosystèmes, validé par les 10 pays d'Afrique centrale, où il est arrêté 6 axes prioritaires d'intervention. Ça part de l'amenation de politique, la lutte contre les changements climatiques, le développement, etc. Et des axes transversaux qui portent aussi sur les communautés, la sensibilisation, l'information, la recherche, le développement et que sais-je. Donc, le premier plan de convergence qui a été adopté, c'est bien celui-là qui a donné le fruit que vous avez vu. Nous sommes partis de 0,16% de taux de déforestation à 0,1 parce que grâce à cette politique volontariste que les États ont adoptée, il y a eu des impacts 10 années après. Et donc, on se souviendra que dans le pays du bassin du Congo, nous sommes très engagés dans la certification forestière. Vous avez vu que le Gabon, le président venait de déclarer une décision de certifier FSC toutes les concessions forestières de l'espace et on a des concessions certifiées de très haute capacité, de très grande superficie. On peut parler de 6 millions d'hectares de forêts certifiées FSC. Et donc, grâce à cela, justement, nous sommes partis à de telles pratiques que vous voyez. Au départ, on exploitait la forêt sauvagement. Aujourd'hui, nous avons une exploitation planifiée et sécurisée. Vous voyez bien quelle est la différence entre ces deux moments de l'exploitation forestière. Il y a eu développement en matière de conservation et de biodiversité, etc. Il y a eu augmentation de l'espace des superficies protégées dans la sous-région. Et naturellement, autour de ça, c'est une institution, la COMIFAC, qui justement, qui est cette organisation intergouvernementale, qui a une mission unique chargée de l'harmonisation, de l'orientation, de la coordination et du suivi des politiques et initiatives forestières et environnementales en Afrique centrale. Donc, on voit bien que l'institution est organisée par un sommet de chefs d'État, un conseil des ministres et un secrétariat exécutif. Un paysage institutionnel, il ne dit pas son nom, 10 coordinations nationales COMIFAC dans les 10 pays, un paysage institutionnel avec la coopération, avec les réseaux sous-régionaux de la société civile, du secteur privé, etc. Et bien la liste des partenaires qui accompagnent la sous-région dans cette entreprise. Pour le suivi de la mise en œuvre des conventions de Rio. Et donc, la sous-région a ce qu'on appelle des groupes de travail thématiques. On voit sur la biodiversité qui réunit les points focaux biodiversité, groupe de travail climat, groupe de travail désertification, groupe de travail gouvernance forestière. Et donc, pour le groupe de travail climat, puisque c'est ce qui nous réunit à cette occasion, il réunit justement sur une base régulière les 10 points focaux de la Convention cadre des Nations Unies sur les changements climatiques et les coordonnateurs des initiatives associées à cette convention, la RED, les réseaux climat, le GCF, le NAMA, etc., pour faire le suivi de la mise en œuvre de la convention, préparer les participations de la sous-région aux différentes échéances de négociation, élaborer et préparer ce qu'on appelle des positions communes pendant les négociations internationales. Et donc, l'avènement donc à l'ordre du jour de la Convention cadre des Nations Unies sur les changements climatiques, du rôle des forêts tropicales dans la lutte contre les changements climatiques, a été jugé comme une opportunité pour l'économie verte et un développement durable pour les pays de l'espace COMIFAC, qui sont tous forestiers, vous l'avez vu. Donc les pays de la sous-région s'étaient particulièrement distingués dans la nécessité de passer à la RED avec un seul D, à RED plus avec 2 D et 1 plus, et sur la nécessité de la prise en compte de ce que nous avons appelé les avantages non liés au carbone dans le cadre de la Convention climat. Et donc, après cet engagement, après cet engouement, ce tableau vous présente la synthèse de ce qui s'est fait en matière de RED plus au niveau de la sous-région. C'est vous qui me répondrez si on peut être satisfait de ça ou pas. 10 pays de la sous-région, 10 pays ont préparé ce qu'on appelle des plans de préparation à la RED. 4 pays, 2 ont une stratégie, 2 sont en train de préparer une stratégie RED. Réduction de rémissions, Cameroun en cours, Congo-Brazzaville en cours, RDC, ils ont signé en septembre. Donc, grosso modo, le bilan reste assez mitigé. Est-ce qu'il faut revenir à la position du Gabon lors de la COP 17? Ça ne sert à rien de faire la RED. C'est des efforts qui ont été consentis. Il n'y a pas d'accompagnement. Quand vous voyez RPP, c'est un document de préparation à la RED. Et quand vous voyez ce qui se passe par la suite, c'est que le reste des pays n'ont pas eu des appuis financiers nécessaires pour élaborer des stratégies pour aller à l'étape suivante de la RED+. Dans le cadre de l'accord de Paris, le secrétariat exécutif de la COMIFAC a commandité une étude qui a fait le bilan des contributions, des engagements des pays par secteur dans le cadre des CPDN depuis l'espace COMIFAC. Vous verrez que nous avons la forêt qui est prise en compte dans 10 CPDN des pays de la sous-région et qui concerne aussi bien l'atténuation que l'adaptation. Ce rapport est prêt depuis 2016. Jusqu'à aujourd'hui, il souffre d'un financement pour accompagner les États à préparer la révision des CPDN qui sont attendus en 2020. Faible niveau de financement au niveau des pays de l'espace COMIFAC. Voilà, la conclusion, c'est que la COMIFAC, les pays du bassin du Congo, c'est un parent pauvre de l'ensemble des mécanismes de financement, bilatéraux et multilatéraux, comparativement aux autres bassins forestiers. Financements bilatéraux, nous l'avons entendu ici, c'est une bonne chose, il faut féliciter la Norvège qui a fait des efforts, mais on peut être aisé de constater qu'en septembre 2008, le Brésil a obtenu une subvention de 1 milliard de dollars US de la Norvège dans le cadre de la RED+. En juin 2008, la Norvège, le Royaume-Uni, la Banque africaine de développement ont conjointement lancé un programme dans le pays du bassin du Congo, ce qu'on appelle le Congo Basin Forest Fund, qui est en train de se clôturer, de 200 millions de dollars pour 10 pays d'Afrique centrale. Donc, on part de 1 milliard, 10 pays, on a 10. En mai 2010, l'Indonésie a obtenu une subvention de 1 milliard de dollars US de la Norvège dans le cadre de la RED+. On peut bien comparer comment un pays peut avoir 1 milliard et 10 pays peuvent avoir 200 millions. En 2013, la Guyane, à côté de nous ici, voilà, un pays d'une superficie de 83 534 km², totalisant un engagement pour 280 millions de dollars US, comparé à ce qu'il y a dans le pays du bassin du Congo. Ouais, en septembre 2015, CAFI, 250 millions pour 6 pays. excusez-moi, allez-y comprendre. Dans les cas de financement multilatéraux, le dernier conseil en mars 2018, les allocations du Fonds vert pour le climat, le schéma est clair. Merci, c'est la solidarité de la sous-région. Merci bien. Donc, vous voyez bien que le bord de mars de GCF a accordé un certain nombre de millions. L'Asie était à 400 et quelques. Voilà l'Afrique centrale là-bas, le dernier de la course. Ah, OK, thank you. C'était le dernier de la course avec un petit projet de 29 ou 30 millions pour le Rwanda, un pays. Le fonds d'adaptation, je vous fais grâce. Le FEM, OK, on parle juste des dernières allocations STAR. Vous savez, on a parlé d'impact programme, on n'a pas fait beaucoup de bruit autour de ça. Voilà ce que ça donne pour l'Afrique centrale. Moins de 100 millions, pendant que l'Amérique latine dépasse les 200 millions, l'Asie dépasse presque 350 millions. On parle de financement, on va chercher l'argent. Les mécanismes financiers hors la CNUC, je vous fais grâce de ça. Quelques éléments de stratégie, oui, il faut une vision commune et partagée entre les pays à haute couverture forestière et faible taux de déforestation. Si nous voulons avoir des ressources, il faut bien qu'on ait une position commune. La nécessité pour la communauté internationale, les études ont fortement démontré qu'effectivement, le rôle de la forêt n'est plus à démontrer. Le dernier rapport du GIEC l'a dit. J'étais en Corée en ma qualité de point focal GIEC de mon pays, avec les décalages horaires. J'ai bien noté, malgré le sommeil qui nous emportait, qu'en dehors du fait qu'il faut sauvegarder les forêts actuelles pour qu'ils continuent à jouer leur rôle, il faut encore en créer d'autres pour capter tout le CO2 qui reste concentré dans l'atmosphère. Et donc, il faut payer le dépollueur, puisque nous avons les forêts. J'ai vu un très beau film qui passait là, je ne sais pas si vous avez suivi, comment il y avait le CO2 dans l'atmosphère. Ça traversait une canopée forestière et en bas, on a l'oxygène qui ressortait. Je ne sais pas si vous avez fait attention. Ça m'a beaucoup fait réfléchir par rapport à ce dernier rapport du GIEC. Donc, il y a un dépollueur qui mérite d'être payé, un nouveau concept qu'il faut suivre, et l'engagement des réflexions claires pour le financement du deuxième D et du plus de la RED+. Ceci dit, les forêts vont partir, en tout cas, il y a certaines personnes qui auront disparu s'il n'y avait plus la commission. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Madhu, for that very, very informative presentation. Last but certainly not least, I would like to welcome Ms. Alexandria Maria Lopez from the organization, sorry, let me speak English, from the Amazon Cooperation Treaty Organization. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Excellencies, Minister, Ambassador Lucky, different authority delegates, and different participants here from the countries and the different institutions. It's very complicated be two last speakers, so I know everyone here started. I will try to run with my intervention. I have the honor to speak on behalf of the Amazon Cooperation Treaty Organization. Allow me to express my deepest gratitude to the government and the people of Suriname for hosting this important conference. I would also like to express my support and collaboration in this type of initiatives that allow us to move towards a better participation and access to finalize resources to the different countries that are developing relevant and important actions in the conservation, protection, sustainable use of the forest within the framework of an integral development. Ladies and gentlemen, the Amazon Cooperation Treaty Organization, hereinafter ACTO, is composed by 8 important countries: Bolivia, Brazil, Colombia, Ecuador, Guyana, Peru, Suriname, and Venezuela. Therefore, it is the only intergovernmental and international organization that brings together the political and operational will of the member countries, developing joint efforts and actions to work together. Our principal reason, the Amazon region. I think everyone here in this meeting has listened and we know of the great importance of the Amazon has for the whole world. But I think that bear in mind some dates is very important for just to remember. Our Amazon region in numbers, what it means. The Amazon concentrates more than a half of the tropical rainforest in the world. And its interdependence from the Andes Mountain in the Pacific to the Amazon Plain in the Atlantic, it confers its determined quality for the water and carbon cycle. Consequently, it's functionally is a regulator of the climate of the interior of the world. Also, almost a quarter of the forest for the conservation of biodiversity worldwide is found in the ACTUM member countries and corresponds mainly to the Amazon forest. Actually, the Amazon basin is the most extensive hydrographic basin of the planet and covers 44% of the land area of South America. And we could continue the name, the relevance, and multiply characteristics the Amazon has in the different components. However, it is necessary to present the concrete actions in which we are working, and some of those are translated in projects, studies, diagnosis, and action of national and regional intervention. In the area of the forestry, we have, for example, the projects of the monitoring forest covering in the Amazon region at the level of the 8 countries. These projects allowed the creation and strengthening of the national monitoring system of the forest cover of the region through the installation of 7 observation rooms. In some countries, it means being able to access an essential tool for forest management. As part of the results, we produce 5 maps on deforestation, cover, and land use in the Amazon regions. The first report on the situation on forests in the Amazon region. And I think in each of the countries, the qualitative and quantitative results of this project can be observed. For example, here in Suriname, has institutionally strengthened and developed its national capacity in forest management. In Colombia, thanks to the information from this observation room, is articulating its agenda of forest and climate change in the context of peace agreement and reduction of deforestation. In Bolivia, the project has allowed to advance substantially in the establishment of a forest information systems that allow generation information from various periods to analyze and understand deforestation. And exactly it means that this observation room has been constituted as a national forest monitoring system. As a next step, like Actum, is presenting a new regional project called Forest and Climate Change, focusing the monitoring of forest degradation and restoration, and expanded its focus to the development of early warning system for deforestation and early warning system in forest fire, articulating to the achievement and advance obtained previously. For the implementation of this project, our interest is to expand the strategic alliance of the finance and ensure that it can be covered in all of the components. Another initiative that we have is developing the project related to the implementation and application of the criteria and indicator of forest monitoring and reporting system for sustainable forest management, SFM, within the framework on the EFO and EDO guidelines. These projects come from the intense work of the member countries that establish a total of 9 criteria and 36 indicators that will work effectively support the planning, implementation, and monitoring SFM, considering social, environmental, and economic aspects. Another of the organization's growing concern is to address the problem of forest fire, for example, which cause social, economical, and environmental damage every year in our countries. Therefore, we will present the regional projects for the strengthening of capacities in the integrated management of forest fire in the Amazon that will allow a training and awareness work on the prevention on fight against fire and the controlled use of fire, as well as the implementation of technical training actions aimed at rural and indigenous and community producer and community regarding the use of different alternatives. Finally, regarding these projects, indicate that we are developing a regional program on climate change with a holistic view that will allow the development of strategic actions for the intervention of the new projects on mitigation and adaptation. I named these projects because I think it is essential that we know the efforts and action that the 8 countries together of the Amazon region are doing in favor of our shared space. I also call the attention of the participants to build a strategic alliance necessary to generate international financial cooperation sufficient and long-term to achieve these goals. It is necessary for international cooperation to see the work being done by organizations like Actum, Comifac, for example, with the aim to avoid the duplication of work, function, actions, and overall not losing final resource. In order to contribute with some ideas for trying to agilize financial mobilization for climate change, I consider that it is essential that the national and regional efforts maybe each of the countries in favor of the sustainable management of forests that are directly related to the climate change should be taken into account. In this sense, improved accounting methodologies for national efforts should be sought in favor of the countries, not in favor of the finance institution, so that they can be computed in their real and actual contribution. Defining payments for results to climate finance as the only or principal methodology just limits national action and efforts and could discourage public sector initiatives. Also, in order to balance the allocation of resources between adaptation and mitigation, an adequate allocation of resources must be ensured for other activities, including preparatory activities for projects. Consider the important lesson learned about the process promoted by the other countries for the mobilization of resources from other existing funds are very important to take into account. And finally, have an holistic framework for the mobilization of this important resource. We need different solutions for different countries. Finally, we are determined to join efforts to generate significant intervention action for the integral and sustainable development forests, in our case, in the Amazon regions. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mrs. Lopez, for that very informative closing. So as we wrap up our third panel discussion, Yes, she ran so fast we didn't get a chance to tell her sit. Yes. So with panel three, some of the points that I would have gathered from channel three is again a recurring theme of deforestation in many of these countries and our high forest load deforestation countries has decreased in many cases. However, in some instances, we are still having challenges accessing funds. We're still unable to adjust to the dynamics of the changing definitions, the requirements, and measurement metrics that are being used. And so, what I gather from it is that perhaps we should all follow or consider the Costa Rican example. They saw that they were not profiting and they were not able to position themselves to benefit the country more, and they were losing more funding, and they weren't really advancing things in the country, but they were advancing things that were put in place by a global mechanism, global frameworks, and by global definitions, as opposed to looking intrinsically at what was happening in their own country. And so they actually opted to start charging for their own carbon, taxing persons for their own carbon productions. And so perhaps we should consider something of that. I know countries like Comofak and Bhutan, they have challenges with funding and finance, but how do we cooperate and come together to address these issues? I know these forums like this provide an opportunity, but I think there's more that's needed. We mentioned that there's no capacities to actually even influence or even make the decisions to enter into some of these agreements. In the Bhutan case, the challenges are a lot, but we have an opportunity, and the opportunity exists because we can actually look within our own countries and try to make some changes. Okay, so if we can take probably 2 questions, I'm advised, if all of that for our panel. Very, very quick.
Hello, I'm Paul Oquist from Nicaragua. Trust came up several times in the conversation, and the Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, is very worried about trust in the climate finance area, so much so that he's asked the President of France and the Prime Minister of Jamaica to look for this elusive $100 billion a year beginning in 2020. And it's very interesting in this meeting that no one's mentioned that. It's like we've already written it off. We're in 2019. There's no working group. There's no roadmap. There's nothing to be seen. And some speak of postponing this to 2025, this late in the day after having waited since 2009 when the 100 billion was first proposed. So was this the mechanism just to lead us on from 2009 to 2020 without complaining too much? Or could something appear? Now, for those of us like myself who believe that the 100 billion a year is somewhere to be found in the tail of Halley's Comet, that the most important thing then becomes the resource mobilization that the Green Climate Fund is going to undertake this year. That is here and now and for real. So the replenishment of the Green Climate Fund is something that we should all support. But I was wondering if in the collective wisdom of the panel, they know of some movement in regard to this 100 billion that we might not be aware of. For example, previous attempts have been undertaken by the World Bank, by the previous Secretary General, and most recently by OECD. But they have always been retrospective accounting, creative accounting, I would say, exercises that came nowhere near 100 billion and did not consist of forward-looking cash flow mechanisms that could be accessed by any country, which is, I think, most developing countries are interested in. So I would like to hear the opinion of the panel on this matter. Thank you.
So about the 100 million a year, the DRC, well, we've not seen it in the DRC, that's clear. However, the DRC is putting in place a registry for finance because precisely for the purpose that you've mentioned, about this retroactive, creative accounting of resources as if they were resources that had been allocated for climate change, but in fact, it's just a repackaging. So at least going forward, the DRC is putting in place this kind of registry to be able to track in alignment with the transparency principles enshrined in the Paris Agreement, that it's not just transparency of action, but it's also transparency of support. And the country would like to be able to compare whether what donor countries are reporting as support provided to the DRC actually matches support received by the DRC.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Minister. I think that there was no science and solid data behind the $100 billion commitment. That was basically why it never came through. We need to know precisely what is the tax price of curbing down emission, and what is the benefits in economic terms of doing that. We need to know how much money are we globally investing at the country level on climate change. And those numbers are not there. Yeah, we got the Stern report that tell us, the more it takes to take action, the higher the cost. But that's basically. On the CBD side, conventional biodiversity, I work a lot on that field. And I was working at Conservation International. Can give you some numbers. We need around, at minimum, $150 billion every year to protect biodiversity globally. Actually, we're investing around $52 billion, all countries of the world. And when I talk biodiversity, we can link it easily with climate mitigation and climate adaptation, but that is not all. So we invest in terms of biodiversity conservation globally, the North, the South, the East, and the West, around $52 billion. So we got a gap of around $1 billion. That gap will never come from North to the South, never, ever. We need to be realistic. It will come in a combination of, and out of the $52 billion that are being invested in biodiversity conservation, around $8 billion come from the North to the South. Okay? So we need to narrow that gap of $100 billion. That gap can be narrowed through two main ways. One is, the best way to avoid the cost of protecting nature is stop destroying nature. Okay? All of our countries, with our development policies, generate deforestation. Globally, we invest 160 times more money in economic activities that generate deforestation than what we invest in forest conservation. So what we need is, good policy coherence. We need to stop destroying nature so the cost of protecting nature can, decrease dramatically. And then we need to use those catalyzer funds from the Green Climate Fund and the other as a way to catalyze a mechanism by which we can generate more resources at the domestic level. All of our countries can invest way more in forest conservation, climate mitigation, and adaptation. Just stop buying, army-related guns, arms, stop funding the defense. Costa Rica doesn't have an army for 70 years. Last December, we celebrate 70 years. And that was one of the main reasons why we've been able to do some leap forwards. There's a correlationship in Costa Rica since the day, in terms of human development, the day we abolished the army. So there's money at the local level. So we actually invest $52 billion to protect nature. Do you know how much money do North Americans spend every single year in dog food? $56 billion. So it's not a priority. It's not a priority. Globally, we spend humans more money consuming ice creams ice cream, $57 billion that in protecting nature. So I go back to your point, Minister, that there's not political will at this point to really change the way we do business. And well, why there is no political will? Because politicians keep on using the same economic system to take decisions. So we need to change the economic system. We need to change the neoclassic economic model and move towards a green, inclusive, circular systems that really tell us the truth. If forest loss is reflected in the GDP, things can change dramatically. If forest loss and carbon going up to the atmosphere is reflected in the way we do national accounting, things can change relatively quickly.
Thank you so much. Again, all our panelists, you've informed us well. If we have any questions, we can perhaps meet them after our coffee break or during the coffee break. And thank you very much. Let's give them another round of applause, please. Madam Moderator.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Williams, and other panelists for your presentations. Just to give a quick wrap up of how the rest of the agenda will continue. As you know, we still have one last panel. We did not want to we want to give the speakers of that panel, also give them the time to have their presentation, but
HFLD countries, the high forested, low deforestation countries. And we are so excited to have many people from different countries here today with us. Belize, Bhutan, Colombia, Democratic Republic of Congo, Panama, Guyana, Peru, Zambia, and also a warm welcome to other countries like Bahamas, Fiji, Seychelles, Samoa, Sao Tome and Principe, Costa Rica, Papua New Guinea, and even South Korea. We are home to many endangered species. We are home to many endemic birds. Suriname is home to many different cultures. So much depends on the collective efforts of countries of high forested and low deforestation countries to work together to preserve what we have. Once again, welcome to Suriname, host of the HFLD Climate Conference 2019. And we hope you enjoy the beautiful country. We hope you enjoy the people, the cuisine, and please follow us on Instagram and Facebook. Welcome to Paramaribo, Suriname, where we are hosting the 2019 HFLD Conference on Climate Finance. Our next guest here today with us is Dr. Tom Evans from the Wildlife Conservation Society. Welcome, Dr. Evans.
Minister Tsang, thank you very much for inviting me.
You are most welcome. We are very excited to have you here. We, at least most of us have heard your presentation this morning, and we apologize for the technical difficulties you experienced. And it was for us very interesting to hear about some of the things you mentioned. And one of the things you mentioned that stuck to me was that you said that forest degradation had a higher effect on the climate change and even deforestation. Could you elaborate on that a bit?
Yes, I think that's true for some of the low deforestation countries and low deforestation areas which are the subject of this conference. Forest degradation takes many forms: logging, creation of new edges and building of roads, and the destruction of wildlife can all affect the carbon storage of a forest. And those pressures often go ahead of deforestation. The deforestation comes later, but the frontier of forest disturbance moves ahead of the forest clearance frontier. And so remote areas get degraded often before they get deforested. And so it's an important thing to try to measure and capture.
As the time frame of the degradation is longer than the deforestation itself. So.
Exactly, and it reaches further into the forest.
But one of the things that is a bit contradictory to me is that when you promote RED Plus in the programs, RED Plus has a part where you can do sustainable logging, but sustainable logging, as Mr. Mittermeier also said, is every form of logging, even if it's sustainable, it's degrading the forest. So how is that, how can you justify that in the RED Plus program?
Well, that's a very interesting question, and it's been the subject of a lot of debate. The principle is that, yes, logging, all forms of logging, reduce the carbon storage of the forests. And the way that it's been adopted into the REDD+ process is that if you have logging going on which is reducing the carbon storage by a great deal, and you improve logging practices so that the losses are less, then you've gained something.
Yes.
You've made the world better than it otherwise was. You've still lost something compared to not logging at all, but you've gained something compared to bad logging practices, what are often called conventional logging practices.
Yeah.
And so there's some movement upwards there. But yes, still ultimately, logging of primary intact tropical forests results in decline in carbon stocks.
Yeah.
And that is a problem for the global planet.
Even for us HFLD countries, we are developing countries. So for us to find a balance between development of the country or preserving the forest, it's getting much more of a problem every time. And we are hoping with this HFLD conference that we can find more sustainable solutions for climate finance. And having said that, what are your hopes coming out of this conference?
Well, that's an interesting question. I think this is going to be a fairly long road. The topic's been discussed for a number of years already without a complete solution being found, so we're not going to find it in 3 days. But I very much hope that this is the start of a renewed process where a group of countries get together and say, this is an important issue. It's not been solved yet. We'd like to go forward together and trying to identify solutions and some new and creative thinking about how we can get around some of the previous challenges that have stopped us solving it in the past.
Very good. So you agree that this will be the first of many conferences like this?
I think that's what's needed is a process, and for these countries to collectively develop some thinking and take it into the platform of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change.
Yes, exactly.
And speak on the international stage about it.
We have to work together. Thank you so much, Dr. Alfred.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Welcome again to Paramaribo, Suriname, host of the 2019 HFLD Conference on Climate Finance. Our next guest is Ms. Tanya Williams from the Forestry Unit, Bahamas. Welcome, Ms. Williams.
Thank you.
Thank
you for having me.
It's your first time in Suriname?
It is, actually.
How long have you been in Suriname?
I've been in Suriname from 11 last night.
Oh,
I arrived at my hotel at 3 this morning.
You haven't seen much of the country yet?
No, but I'm excited for the field trips.
Very good, very good. Welcome to Suriname.
Thank you.
Could you tell us a bit more about the Bahamas?
Sure. For those of us who may not know, the Bahamas is located just off the coast of Florida. We are an archipelagic nation. We are surrounded by water, made of many islands. About 22 of our islands are inhabited at the moment. Most of our forests are in the northern Bahamas. We would say that's the pine forest. In terms of our other forest types, we have what you would call deciduous forest, or we call it coppice. Yeah. And we have mangrove forest, of course. So those are our three main types of forests in the Bahamas, as well as we're known for our beautiful beaches.
Wow.
The world famous Atlantis and now the Bahama. But
the pink sands?
Yes,
Bahamas.
absolutely.
Yes,
and that's you can
good.
actually find pink sand on Eleuthero.
Wow.
That's one of our central islands.
Very
One
good.
of the bigger islands, but it's in the central Bahamas.
I would love to go there sometime.
You should. Come on.
You have 22 islands that are inhabited.
Yes.
Even more than that.
Yes.
We cannot imagine that from here. We are on the continent of South America, so we cannot imagine how to travel from the islands.
Yes. Yes. We actually, we have this mantra. It's about 700 islands, rocks, and keys.
700 islands.
Yes.
Wow.
About, like I said, 21 to 22 of those are inhabited.
Wow.
Yes.
Impressive.
Yes.
The Bahamas is actually a CARICOM country. You are one of the small island developments.
We will be looking at climate finance investments, but also this very specific example of climate finance around the case of timber. And we will try to dissect the big frameworks, the Paris Agreement, the Agenda 2030. We have colleagues from the government of Guyana here, the UN Children's Fund, of course, the Food and Agricultural Organization, Inter-American Development Bank, UNDP, and of course the colleague from who helped to really put this conference here on the ground, the UN Department for Economic and Social Affairs. So I would like to immediately proceed and ask the first presenter speaker. And again, I was asked to remind you, keep it short and sweet at the end of the day. Ndidi Chivers is currently the director of the Department of Environment in the Republic of Guyana. It falls under the Ministry of the Presidency of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana. She's responsible for coordinating and integrating the efforts of agencies across the country with an environmental mandate. Over to you, and I will be ruthless in the time management.
Is it 10 minutes? Thank you. Good afternoon. In the interest of time management, I will go straight into the presentation. I was asked to deliver a presentation on Guyana's third National Development Strategy. That is our Green State Development Strategy Vision 2040. I will skip through the outline and go right to my third slide, which I have to do myself, I guess. Is it this one? I think I'm doing something wrong. Sorry. Great, fantastic. The outline. You know, I thought I'd put this in because oftentimes I get asked if Guyana is on the African continent. Just to show that Guyana is in South America. It's the only English-speaking country in South America. Of course, you see there we're bordered by Suriname, by Brazil, by Venezuela. Guyana, the entire Guyana is also a part of the very biologically rich Guyana Shield. And as mentioned earlier today, Guyana is also very fortunate, like Suriname, in that we command 87% forest cover. This makes us the second highest country in the world that is forested, per capita that is. We also have huge deposits of mineral and hydrocarbon. Recently, the government advanced the concept of having a green economy through its Green State Development Strategy. Through an open, transparent, inclusive, countrywide stakeholders consultation process, stakeholders agreed that certain elements must be in the vision of the strategy, and it's outlined there: green, inclusive, and prosperous Guyana, providing a good quality of life, sound education and social protection, low carbon, resilient, providing economic opportunities, a society that is equal and that is empowers people politically. The Green State Development Strategy is our 20 years national development document. It is really centered on three core areas: building economic resilience, ensuring the well-being of our people, and ensuring that there are enough environmental safeguards to protect our economy. The document is a very, very comprehensive document consisting of 204 policy recommendations that are nestled in 8 development objectives. And these development objectives, as I mentioned earlier, are also under the 3 core areas of sustainable development: economic, environmental, and the social components. There are also a myriad of annexes that are attached to the document. These were developed, of course, along with wide stakeholders consultation, and we also used reports and studies from stakeholders, including from the entire UN system based in the country. Recently, we conducted a modeling exercise to look to see if the government were to invest into certain key priority sectors, what would be the outcome by 2040? We utilize what is called a systems dynamics modeling. And as we can see here, we use 4 priority sectors: energy, agriculture, forestry, and transport. From the modeling, it showed us that if the government were to invest in green policies compared to business as usual scenario, we will have by 2040 a 28% rise in GDP, 15% more jobs, and 3% lower emission intensity in the country. Of course, this does not mean that we're not also focusing on other sectors like education and health and so on. But for now, these are the 4 priority sectors that we modeled. I mentioned earlier about the 3 core areas. The first one is managing our natural resources wealth. And the thrust of this is to ensure that by the year 2040, our natural capital, ecosystem services, and traditional livelihood, that they're preserved. Guyana, as I mentioned earlier, is very rich in land, forest, mineral, and water. And we are looking to also ensure that the oil wealth that we've come into recently, the money from that is used and is channeled into servicing the developmental needs of the country. So there are a few development objectives that are related to this core area. Development objective number 19 speaks to sustainable management of our natural resources. Number 7 looks at sound fiscal and monetary policy. And I want to add that recently we've also developed our own our own sovereign wealth fund, that is. It's called our Natural Resources Fund. Recently, the Natural Resources Fund Act was passed in Parliament. And these are the 4 policy tools, amongst others, that we intend to use to ensure that we're able to achieve our developmental objectives regarding the management of our natural resources wealth. The next core area of the document is supporting economic resilience. And by 2040, the country is looking to be more diversified, to ensure that infrastructure is resilient, ensure that we have a variety of, or an energy mix rather, and ensuring that our trade and foreign development policy is one that can enable and ensure that the business climate thrives in the country. I am not Minister Harmon. I should say that earlier. I am here in his place, as unfortunately he could not be here today. A few of the key development objectives that would enable us to achieving economic resilience, inclusive economic diversification, resilient infrastructure, transition to renewable energy, and of course, trade and investment. And those are some of the policy tools that we intend to use. And the last core area of the document, which speaks to ensuring that we have a healthy, well-educated citizenry, and that we also have in place processes that are transparent and processes that are accountable to ensure that, not only our people are happy, but that our resources, the natural wealth of the country, is managed in such a way that is sustainable. 2 of the key development objectives to this regard are ensuring that we have, of course, again, a healthy and educated population, and that we have strong and transparent governance systems in place. The document also comes with an implementation schedule. What I should have mentioned earlier but failed to mention is that this document is also the tool or the vehicle that a country intends to use to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, which therefore means that our policy recommendations are matched with various elements of the SDGs. There is also, we are in the process now of developing a M&E, a monitoring and M&E framework. The E is not coming to me for whatever reason. In the process of developing a monitoring framework, monitoring and evaluation framework, to ensure that, as we go along, if there's anything that we need to tweak, that we're tweaking them, and to ensuring that we are able to monitor progress. I told you I was not going to be long. So again, I thank you for listening, and I would be very happy to share the document with any one of you, because I really believe that it is transformative in its concept. And I also know for sure that Guyana is probably the only country in the region that has embarked on such a national scale green development document. Thank you.
Excellent. I really have to thank you. This was a stellar performance in terms of time management. The pressure is on you, gentlemen. I can say, game on. Next one, Lou, please welcome Armstrong Alexis. Most of you probably know him working here in Suriname for over 5 years as the acting resident representative of UNDP. He's been on the ground and overseeing, as is part of working for UNDP, all adaptation, mitigation work UNDP is doing in support and together with the government. Armstrong.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator and the resident coordinator for the United Nations system. Certainly the pressure is on us, and I will ensure that I do not disappoint my resident coordinator and the men on this panel. Of course, you're all country representatives and representatives of international regional organizations, and I'm certain that you're all familiar with the Sustainable Development Goals, and therefore I will not go into much detail on this issue, only to say that the Sustainable Development Goals as well as the Paris Agreement were both established in 2015, and as I go through my presentation, you are going to see some synergies, and I will also share with you some of the work that UNDP is doing globally as it relates to supporting countries' efforts to ensure that there is some synergy between the Sustainable Development Goals and the Paris Agreement, particularly the NDCs. It is sort of ubiquitous, actually, to think of, when we think of the SDGs and the Paris Agreement, because climate change is inextricably linked to the question of developing our countries and ensuring that we can meet those goals. As UNDP, we provide a lot of support to countries, and in particular, we recognize that the Paris Agreement is at the heart of the achievement of two particular goals. But although there is a lot of consideration for Goal 13, we also recognize that all of the development goals relate directly to development within our respective countries. Most of you will recall that as development partners, we have worked with many of your countries in ensuring that your NDCs, well, first of all, ensuring that the ratification of your respective documents for the Paris Agreement was in fact in place. And part of the support that UNDP has provided to a number of countries is to ensure that the documents have been deposited, as well as ensuring that your INDCs have now been deposited as your nationally intended contributions. I'm moving very quickly to an analysis that was done in 2016, which shows that the majority of the targets within the 17 goals are in fact linked to the NDCs. And you could see here, and perhaps you may not be able to read through all of it, but the presentation is available, and it's clear here that the targets are all related to the Paris Agreement. So, for example, in some of them, 8 out of 10 of the targets are in fact part of the SDGs and the NDCs. The two processes have sort of a different orientations. With the SDGs, there was quite a series of discussions leading up to the establishment of the SDGs, and thereafter, the process was sort of considered to be a bit top down, because the UN system, UNDP, led by UNDP in a number of cases, provides support to countries through the MAPS missions. I won't go through all of the acronyms in the interest of time, but we also recognize that with the Sustainable Development Goals, the nationally defined priorities would have been determined out of the 167 targets of the SDGs. Whereas with the NDCs, after the Paris Agreement was signed by your member countries, the process started with countries establishing the INDCs, and then there was a sort of a bottom-up approach towards the establishment of the agreements. But there is an intertwine, and you could see here that there is an intertwine between the SDG implementation plans that many of your countries are pursuing, as well as the implementation of your INDCs. We have done a lot of work, for example, on national adaptation plans, working on those NAPs with you. Again, because the threat of climate change requires, particularly in the countries that we represent in this room, we are affected and have to respond more in adaptation rather than in mitigation, although of course the point has been made that the two are two different sides of the same coin. But as countries that are not major emitters of greenhouse gases, we are the ones who receive the brunt of the impact of climate change, and therefore ensuring that our development, the development of the countries that we serve as the United Nations and as UNDP, that process is also underpinned by sound interventions on climate change. Some examples of climate change action we undertake in Suriname. We have in fact supported the government of Suriname, and that's just one example. I'm using Suriname because we're in fact in Suriname this week, but that example can be used for many of the other countries in which we work. And we have done significant work with the government of Suriname in ensuring that the ratification of the Paris Agreement has in fact taken place, the submission of the instruments, as well as ensuring that conversations are ongoing in terms of ensuring that a national plan for the implementation of the NDC is in place. We have also, as UN and UNDP, provided support across the board, the development of tools to finance and implement development. We have also embedded the SDGs in national development plans across the member countries of the United Nations. And on the NDC side of things, we've supported 22 regional NDC dialogues since 2014, which has in fact reached out to in excess of 150 countries. We've also supported 43 countries to develop the INDCs and to transform that, as I mentioned earlier, to NDCs. We've supported 48 countries with the national adaptation plans, and we've also supported resource mobilization, particularly from the Green Climate Fund, the GEF, the LDCF, etc. And we've also done some work with bilateral negotiations for resource mobilization with our member states. Some of the key messages. There is no immediate quick fix, really. It is a process that takes time. There needs to be capacity developed at the level of the countries. And those of you who are involved in international meetings and negotiations on climate change, you do understand the pressures, because as soon as the second quarter of the year trips in, there are a series of meetings, global meetings taking place, and the availability of local experts to follow those discussions and to be a part of the discussions and to take forward the views of your respective countries require quite a bit of work, and there is really no quick fix. It has to engage an all-government approach. Climate change affects every single aspect of our existence, and therefore, whether it be education, agriculture, infrastructure, tourism, all of government must be involved in the process of fighting the battles on climate change. Opportunities to recognize the links between climate change and development. I've spoken quite a bit on that issue. And of course, the promotion of action on both agendas is a process that needs to be integrated, particularly in our national development plans. These represent the major issues. Sorry I had to rush through my presentation quite a bit, but if there is time for discussion, I would be available to answer some questions and to engage you further. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Armstrong. And of course, I can see it on the faces. It's very appreciated that indeed we are accelerating. But of course, all the presentations will be shared. So anyone who wants to have more details, you will be able to access it. I would like to give the floor now to our colleague, Shantanu Mukherjee. He is the head of the Policy and Analysis Branch in the Division for the Sustainable Development Goals at the UN Department for Economic and Social Affairs, UNDESA as we call it. He and his team have really been the driving force, supporting the government in putting this conference together. Thank you very much. Over to you. Time management still applies.
So I don't get anything extra for helping organize this, I see. Okay. All right. Let me start out by actually congratulating all of you for hanging in there and asking you a question. How many of you have heard of somebody called Dale Carnegie? Right? Okay. So this is a guy who would have been well over 100 years old now, and he wrote one of the most famous self-help books called How to Win Friends and Influence People. And when I was growing up in India, you could find this in any bookshop, secondhand, translated, tatters. For some reason, it was extremely popular. And I got to thinking of this when I was preparing for speaking to you today, thinking that perhaps this is now an HFLD moment for how to win friends and influence people. So we'll see if you agree with me towards the end. So I'm going to, Armstrong has already covered a lot of what I was going to say, so this helps me a lot. And I was going to talk about, I was asked to speak about the Paris Agreement and the 2030 Agenda. So we already have heard from Armstrong that there were different origins, different trajectories, but both are complementary. They're science-based, time-bound. They acknowledge that there's no one-size-fitting-all. And there are complementarities which you can see in various ways. Armstrong's involved in realizing them on the ground, but there are people who would argue that within the agendas themselves, SDG 13 is part of the 2030 agenda. So if you say this 2030 agenda is indivisible, which means every other target should be acknowledging that. And the Paris Agreement too is calling for a just transition. So it's talking about people, not just the environment. And of course, then there are specific SDGs that correspond to adaptation, mitigation measures. I recall a colleague actually combing through all of the targets and announcing that fully 1/3 of the 169 targets actually have an adaptation, mitigation, or both component. So clearly, they can only succeed together. Unfortunately, this degree of convergence is not being realized in practice. And perhaps even more unfortunately, there's another kind of convergence which is happening, which is that we are actually way off track on meeting both of these. Perhaps you've seen the climate tracker thermometer. And the green part is telling you the maximum limit you can get to if you want to stay within 1.5 degrees of pre-industrial temperature. We are already at 1 degree, that's the dark green. The light green gives us the space we have to move up. Unfortunately, existing commitments, targets, and so on will just take us up to +3, not even 0.5. So we are way off track on this. And the other unfortunate convergence I mentioned, if you look at a projection, several projections can be used, but I'm just using one which is easy to show here, of where we will be in terms of reaching the SDGs, in terms of where we will be in 2030, across 5 categories of global regions. It's the rest of the world, the Brazil, Russia, India, South Africa, and emerging countries, China, OECD, and the USA in that order. You can see that we will not really be doing particularly well over here too. So definitely there is a gap here, and definitely we need to do better. Now, perhaps one driver of this lack of convergence in outcomes is also a lack of convergence in action. There was a survey of about 70 countries carried out by WRI, and they documented various ways in which NDCs and SDG action plans could work better together, including through things like alignment, budgeting, monitoring, and reporting. What I found most interesting was the different level of political uptake of both of these agendas at the country level. So doing a survey of the lead or co-lead of the respective implementation mechanisms, you see that for NDCs, the overwhelming majority of the time, it's the environment and climate change ministries that are in the lead of implementing. But for SDGs, it's head of state or government, that's prime minister or president, 34 out of 90, a third of the time, finance, economy, and development, and planning, and so on, which is a completely different level of political salience of the country between whether SDGs are going forward or the NDCs are. So what does this mean actually for us? I think it means, first, it's time for NDCs to piggyback on the political salience of SDGs, to tie themselves to them. Take the more successful process, align yourself with it, and by doing so, create a win-win position for both of them and ratchet up the ambition of the NDCs too, when countries realize that they can get a double win by working on them. Second, as we work with countries on this, we find there are two other things. When we understand really the synergies and trade-off, it improves the quality of the choices we make. We are no longer looking at just one indicator, we're looking at a broader suite, which is what we should really be working towards. And the third point is that understanding these different aspects of the synergies and trade-offs improves the stakeholder collaboration among the four major groups of actors we have who can make things happen. Governance at various levels, technologies, whether they're used for innovation or through diffusion, behavior and lifestyle changes, and finance. So I would think that if we are to borrow a few lessons from this experience of countries with NDCs and SDGs, perhaps we can think that when we talk about HLFD work too, we could think of connecting it to additional benefits, connecting it to not just finance, but other levers of action, and piggybacking on other processes that have strong political momentum. To speak to the last, let's see if there's appetite for this kind of thinking at the global level. Maybe not if the panelists from the last panel were to be believed. They painted a rather grim picture. But let us see, but we think that within the IPCC itself, for example, the appetite for this kind of thinking has been growing. Let's take a look at the IPCC's special report on limiting climate change to 1.5 degrees. Like all IPCC reports, it's hundreds of pages long. It'll either put you to sleep or keep you awake at night, depending on how scared you are. After reading it, I tend to be on this staying awake part of the spectrum. So this is a graph of global warming on the y-axis against time on the x-axis. I'm sure you've seen many things like this before. I'll just take you very quickly through it. The red line is showing how global average temperatures have been rising over time. The horizontal line up there, marked 1.5, is the safe limit to which we want to take it. The projected rise is showing that by 2050 or so, we will have crossed it. But there are ways to bend the curve depending on a number of different actions. And the crux of these actions is that if you look at the CO2 emitted per year, sometime after 2020, there has to be a net decline in CO2 emissions, reaching net zero in 2040 or 2055. 2040 is obviously better than 2055. At 2055, you have an overshoot, but still it's better than nothing. So this is what we are trying to achieve if we really want to stay within the 1.5 degrees Celsius scenario. And this, of course, is at the global level. How are we going to get there? I'm going to show you two things to show that the IPCC is thinking about things differently. You know, the IPCC does scenarios. Now, the left-hand scenario, which is in this new report, is the more traditional scenario, which has been around for a long time. The solid line is called the P4 scenario. It's just fourth in sequence. The solid line is giving you the rate, is giving you the decline in global CO2 emissions over time that's needed in this particular model. The solid gray area is the emissions coming from energy and industrial sectors. The brown area is the emissions that are coming from what they call agriculture, forest, and other land use. And the beautiful yellow area, which is helping all of us, is the negative emissions technology. Perhaps most of you are familiar with BECCS, which is what the IPCC has been pushing for a while, or at least talking about. Through no fault of theirs, it's probably the only feasible negative emission technology around. It involves growing a lot of biomass, burning it up to produce energy, taking the CO2 and pumping it into geologic formations. You can see that in this scenario, all of the burden of the mitigation is going to come from BECCS. Even the agriculture, forest, and land use has a net positive contribution. And that's because in this scenario, people are staying within existing lifestyles, which involve very high levels of fossil fuel consumption, livestock consumption, and things like that. So this is a scenario which would be very growth friendly and would be impossible to realize if you didn't have BECCS. Now, what's the problem with BECCS? To achieve this level of negative emissions, you would need to be planting BECS-related combustible materials on a landmass about the size of India. Not going to happen. And that's going to be something that immediately shows the conflict between the IPCC's way of thinking and the broader SDG picture I was talking about. The trade-off is too extreme. This year, for the very first time, IPCC has introduced a new scenario, which they call P1. I call it the next generation scenario. You can see the curve in the decline of CO2 emissions is broadly similar. Notice that there's no BECS in this scenario. All of the changes are driven by two factors. First, technology, social changes, and a broader change in behavior and lifestyles is helping keep everyone at a lower level of energy consumption while improving the lives of people primarily from southern countries. That's why the gray part is contained. And second, and most importantly, notice that this lifestyle change is also helping move away from excessive livestock consumption, and therefore that there is now a very positive role for the carbon capture and storage within the agriculture, forest, land use community. This is quite different from BECS. So here's my question to HFLD partners. Are you ready to stake your claim to this part of the curve, which is showing negative emissions that will deliver through various kinds of carbon sequestration measures within the land system? As you know, HFLD is not the only claimant here. There are people who talk about more soil carbon. There are people who talk about more reforestation, afforestation, and so on. But a case can be made, and perhaps the political climate is right for making it. Why do I say a case can be made? We heard very persuasively in the morning, and this is actually a graphic from a scientific journal. I thought it was cool that they would draw something like this, showing the value of intact forests, that they're better at sequestering carbon, but then they also provide a huge range of benefits that are more SDG related, whether it's biodiversity, livelihoods, water, other ecosystem services, and so on. This picture is actually showing that the degree of carbon sequestration and the provision of services kind of decreases as you start moving away from intact forests because plants are shrubbier and less longer living. So I would say this evidence is right there already. And so the way this is woven together to make the case for HFLD is going to be critical. We have a meeting coming up in April on synergistic implementation between the Paris Agreement and the 2030 Agenda. And that would be a case where you could test drive this message. I welcome you all to it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yet again, a very extensive and in-depth presentation, really summarized in a very short time. Really appreciate your cooperation on all of that. But provocative questions, very good questions, and I really hope that over the next few days you will be able to take the questions up, pursue it, and of course Shantanu and his team will be in the room to pursue this and discuss this further. I would like to give the floor now to our colleague from the Inter-American Development Bank, Gerard Aleng, who will be looking at climate finance investment experiences from the IDB. He's the climate change senior specialist with climate change and sustainability division of the bank. Over to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Recognizing that I stand between you and the cultural ceremony, all protocols being observed. Fortunately for me, a number of things that we discussed today are some of the perspectives that I have the bank has on climate change and climate financing. Climate financing for the bank is of critical importance, not simply because of the strategies, the measures to unlock this box of resources, but it speaks to the broader question of responding to climate change. And over the past few years, the bank has been actively involved in responding to the demands of our countries as they grapple with this issue. And we have been using quite a number of financial instruments, knowledge products, capacity building, and technical assistance. But within the last, I would say, couple of years, hold up, where am I pointing? I think I broke it.
No, no.
Just a couple of things to remember. As part of the run-up to the Paris Agreement, all the MDBs set targets for themselves. And for whatever region you're in, these targets are in play. And for us, within the Latin American Caribbean region, the target was to double our climate financing by 2020, and which meant basically to move to about 4 billion per year. From, say, 2015 to 2020. And we are close, we're about 28% there, at the end of last year. But of equal importance wasn't simply to double the financing, but also to build the sort of infrastructure, the soft infrastructure. And this is critical for countries to manage that process, to drive that process. So there was institutional reform that took place. We built a new sector, a new climate change and sustainable development sector. But also, as part of our operational reform, to incorporate climate risk screening into all our programming by 2018, together with climate resilient assessments. That means you, governments, private sector, because this is across the group. For all projects coming in that we consider for financing, have to adhere to this climate risk screening because of the recognition of the importance, looking at issues like stranded assets, looking at the issues of de-risking, looking at the issues of the exposure that financial institutions would have to this. And that's one of the key elements or points that going forward that countries have to remember as you go into this whole realm of climate finance and unlocking it, that within the financial institutions, and I think now the Islamic Development Bank has also joined the group, to basically understand that there are targets that we have to adhere to those. And our board, all our boards are asking for this. How are we doing? What that means though, is that we have to track, actively track how we are doing. And I think this morning there was a question about greenwashing. To avoid the greenwashing, to avoid that we are just rebranding development finance, that we are just shifting. And so there is this joint methodology that the multilateral development banks are following. And it's sort of keeping everybody honest. But it's also to try to ensure transparency, to ensure that we are all playing along the same path and playing the same game. Well, I shouldn't say playing the same game, but playing according to the rules. And that's critical too, as you interact with any financial institution. And it speaks about the issue about reporting, monitoring. We have to adhere to this. And you can always ask anyone with any banks, how are you doing? How are you applying the issues of the rules regarding mitigation and adaptation? And now we're also looking at both. We heard that today in terms of the co-benefits of adaptation and mitigation, and that has come into the methodology. And I know the methodology by 2020 will be tweaked, it will be fine-tuned, but it's a start to ensure this transparency in terms of this what the thing we call climate financing. We know that there's still a gap. And I think we were in the previous panel, we were talking about the $100 billion gap. And we recognize that. And we recognize that there needs to be really considered effort to reduce that gap. And especially since the vulnerability within Latin America and the Caribbean and obviously within other regions adds to this uncertainty about the demands for building resilience. But there is a question of how do we increase, therefore, climate financing. I wouldn't go into this because there's I think, background paper for this conference. Had a really nice expose on what are the various types of funds. The one that I would say, I don't know if the paper actually mentioned it, was the private sector. And this, again, talking about green bonds that came in, there was a discussion early on. But now I also have to put in country financing based on the experience of Costa Rica. So we need to, again, tweak that. But the big question still remains how to effectively access these resources. And I do not have a checklist like a 10-point way of accessing financing or 15 ways of accessing climate financing. But there are a couple of things that I think that we have seen are instructive. One, it requires some creativity and innovation. Because as you say, there's a range, menu of funds out there. And it requires to understand where you can pull from pockets of money as you move on your programming. The other thing it requires measures to encourage or facilitate the participation of the private sector. And the third thing that I think recently has come in is how to utilize the NDC as a sort of anchor or core element in this whole thrust of climate finance. And I think Armstrong, you had mentioned some things about this. The importance of the NDC, and not simply to stay within the ministries of climate change or ministries of environment, but the ministries of finance. At the end of the day, those are the guys that you really, and women, that you really need to encourage for them to see this as a core element in driving this programming. I think it's a sign. Okay, all right, good. Sorry. Well, actually, it's a sign because I was going to explain all of this. But this was an example of how we have, at the bank, how we put together all those elements, maybe not the NDC, but put together all the elements of private sector involvement, creative ways of putting together a deal, utilizing different elements of different types of funds. And this was a sustainable energy facility that was approved at the end of last year by the board. We utilized building on climate investment funds from a previous operation, together with some JEF funds. We built on that to be able to access Green Climate Fund money in 3 different modalities: loan, concessional loan, contingent recovery grant, and grant, plus bringing a bilateral element in terms of grant from the Italians. And then putting all that together, funneling that money through a regional development bank, the Caribbean Development Bank, to both governments and private sector through loans and grants, utilizing those resources for those loans to build on public-private partnerships to essentially come down and maintain that concessionality and encourage private sector involvement to the final user. At the end of the day, it's the final user that is of critical importance. Really a bit complicated, but doable. And I think that's the other thing that we want to highlight, that it will take some time, but it is possible. The other thing is talking about building on the NDC. One of the things that we recognize is that countries need support, and a couple of speakers mentioned that, to utilize the NDC, to build on the NDC, to update the NDC. And we have developed a facility, the NDC Invest, and then also globally you have the NDC Partnership that is trying to do the same thing. So basically a one-stop shop to transform NDCs into achievable investment plans across the project spectrum. So whether it is to help update the NDC in terms of the public sector, or to remove barriers to markets, to encourage the private sector involvement. This is the shop that we are doing. And in this region, within Latin America, we have done a number of things. We will be doing something with Suriname, since we're in Suriname, and also Guyana, NDB, but also possibly another SID within the region. But it's all these things that I think are critical when you're looking at climate finance, that the involvement of the private sector, the creativity, and obviously the institutional building that will propel us forward in terms of this realm of climate finance. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I have to admit, it really pains me to see so much brilliant substance, key points, involvement of the private sector, bringing the ministries of finance along at the end of a very long day, because some of the messages here will be key for this as a way forward. Over to Klaus Martin Eckelmann, the face of FAO, Food and Agriculture here in Suriname. At the heart, he's a forestry officer and has been for 15 years in the region. So he's inside, outside forest, and I will challenge him to make the case on climate finance at the example of timber in 5 minutes. Good luck.
Naja, since forestry people tend to have a lot of patience, they are talking about rotation periods of 200 or 300 years, so you may expect that my talk should go a little bit longer, but it will not. What is it? Another single. The first one? Good. FAO's work in forestry. Quickly, I would like to clean up a myth. It is not that FAO forces or convinces people to go into their primary forest and cut it down. FAO is a multinational organization. Our member countries are people who have forest and would like to know what to do with it. They are in need of wood, they are in need of firewood, they have forest which is degraded, which needs to be restored. And the sustainable use of this forest is the mandate of the FAO Forestry Department. Hence, for us, a key role is to make a connection between sustainable wood for a sustainable world. The focus is on strengthening the contribution of sustainable wood value chains, so of products, what comes out of the forest, to the sustainable development on climate change mitigation. I would like to make this linkage here between wood and climate change. It's an initiative between FAO, CIFOR, ITTO, the World Bank, and the WWF. Have key objectives. One is to raise the awareness of availability of sustainable wood products and their wide use and benefits. Dispel the perception that wood is something which causes deforestation. Unlock the markets and finance for sustainable wood. Build the capacity for strengthening of sustainable wood value chains, and show how and when and where wood contributes to sustainable bioeconomic. We work at different levels: the policy level, the operational level, the science level, and the public opinion. It starts with the harvesting of wood. And I want to give you a very simple example how this can be operationalized. An example from Suriname. What you see here, every dot is a tree. Every dot was measured. It's two pieces of forest which we have measured together with the CELOS, the local research institution, and the National Forest Administration. It's a combined effort to work together to test how much wood we can harvest. The dots, the red ones, are the trees which are being cut. The green ones are the ones which are considered to be the harvestable trees for the future. And in order to make them grow better, we have identified trees which are kind of to be removed, like a silvicultural treatment. We consider that as an investment to counteract degradation of the forest. What we want to maintain the productivity of the forest. So that is, and what you can see here is that the yellow or the green bars are the trees which are expected to become harvestable trees in the future. So we are applying science, traditional science, nothing really new, in order to assess how much of the wood we can take so that we are sure that when we come back in 30 or 40 years, we can get the same amount of timber of the same quality again. It then boils down to a table and it gives us some key figures. These are 2 forest stands, and in each of them we harvest roughly about between 8 and 9 trees. We have identified 7 to 8 trees per hectare which are growing back. So we can basically say, yes, it is sustainable. And if we look at the total amount of trees which are available, it's about 10 times the amount of what we have cut. So these are simple analyses we can do in a forest to make sure that the first step in the process of the value chain is sustainable. The good thing is wood is the only building material which stores carbon. And it gives us the opportunity to reintegrate this carbon once it is being used back into the system. Nobody who produces fossil fuel can do that. It cannot go back into the soil. But in forestry, we can do that. So you see, we have the harvest, we have the transport, and in the end, we have the forest product. Wood, in comparison with other building materials, has 40% less carbon emission associated with it. We all live in buildings which are basically made out of concrete, but we don't realize that the production of these buildings produces far more carbon dioxide than a wooden building would do. Wood has a life cycle. At the end of the life cycle, we can use it again. We can use it for energy. So we have to think cyclical. We have very good examples of it here in Suriname. And I want to show you a couple of the lovely wood buildings here in town. This is the synagogue. Here, the Moravian church, 240 years old. This wood was cut 240 years there, and it is still standing in town. Streets, Lima Po Street, Herenstraat. Streets in Paramaribo. Outside, we also find lovely buildings, all built of wood. All this is wood, carbon stored for centuries. We have a global trend that wood increases, wood use is getting more and more. We have global pellets for energy. Sawnwood is increasing. But forest is more than wood. We have to see it in conjunction. Forest provides ecosystem services and as well as non-timber forest products. At the center of it all is sustainable forest management. It can provide pulp, paper. It can provide wood energy for cooking, bioenergy for transport, and we have on top of it harvested wood products. At the center of it, to organize it all, we need a good system of good governance. Then it requires environmental sustainability, social sustainability, and economic sustainability. All three elements are needed around the governance in order to make timber production and sustainable and durable. We need to reduce the transaction costs for the compliance with sustainable good practices. Connecting forest production with public procurement policies, that's an opportunity we have. Recognizing the climate change mitigation role of sustainable wood products, in particular in the construction sector. We need to connect REDD+, and with sustainable forest management. So the linkage between the plus and the red. We need to map relevant forest value chains and products, establishing indicators and identify policies for investment. Building cross-sectorial dialogue platforms, integrating existing programs to ensure sustainability of wood and wood value chains. Designing specific instruments for sustainable forest management and forest producer associations. Combining social objectives such increase of social protection programs and conservation. Working together with the private sector in order to ensure that benefits are equally shared. So with wood, we have a product which we can reintegrate into the carbon cycle. We have to think cyclically in order to think it through from the production site, from the forest, to the use of the wood, and then to look at the final recycling the material back into the ecosystem. Thank you very much, Grantangi, and bedankt voor uw aandacht.
Sincere and very big thank you to all of you for keeping your intervention so succinct and to the point. The toughest job now goes to our colleague from the UN Children's Fund, UNICEF, of course, as you all know it. Hanoch Balevi is the Regional Emergency and Risk Programming Advisor for Latin America and the Caribbean and was designated the role of discussant. So he's going to try to breathe in a little bit of more air into this evening tonight. Over to you, Hanoch.
Thank you very much. And first of all, thank you for standing and listening with a lot of patience and attention. I think there was an image that we tried to capture, but if we want, we get it. If we not, you know, here it is. So just stand up, stand up, stand up. It's taken, it takes us 5 seconds. Stand up. Stand on your toes. Up. Oh, sorry. And be careful with your neighbor and look at the picture. Look at the picture. Okay? And now sit down. Sit down. Yes. Relax. You're great. And look again at the image. It's all about perspective and a bit of stretching our bodies. To be very honest with you, I'm honored and humbled, very humbled to be here on the name of UNICEF. It's not until now, until yesterday, we thought that we can do business as usual, looking at only children needs, education, health, protection, and environment and forest degradation. It's not our business, but life is changed, business changing, and changing for everyone. And that's, I think, the message that we want to take here. We cannot continue life as usual. So when we're looking at this, and we're asking ourselves and those questions on why we still need to bring together the issue of basic services. Where are they? Why we are not there yet? Why in education we still need to convince that school has to be safe, that the new generation have to talk about environmental, people living in Amazonia have to talk about forest preservation and conservation, while there is all the deforestation. We need to talk about this. So we have generations, so they know adaptation and mitigation, so it comes without say. The same thing for health systems. We realize hospitals it's not enough to have a mechanism to respond, but we have to anticipate all the new trends we see in the region, dengue, Zika. 2 weeks ago, I was in Jamaica, again, another outbreak of dengue. We realized children didn't know what is it about and what to do and how to prevent from dengue. It's about education. We need to go back to basic stuff, basic services to ensure they take in consideration the environment component. And then really to bring it all together, we realized, and we really, it was encouraging to hear about about the climate risk screening. This is fantastic, and that is exactly what we want to see. So basic services, taking this in consideration. We also know, especially in this area, to talk about synergies between blue and green economies, so that they are linked with basic services and environment. We also heard about which is all comes within the framework of sustainable development goal. We were hearing about convergence. Fantastic. This is exactly the kind of word that we have to see complementary. Something was very interesting and good to learn about monitoring framework, how we can really monitoring not only a carbon emission, but also progress that we are doing in all front lines. And we actually understood that there are no quick gains here. It's a long process, has to be complementary and holistic way of doing it in a complementary fashion. I want to finish all what I say, and I hope that I didn't take too much of time. I will summarize it in a sentence that I heard from my fellow colleague from Guyana, that came all the way from Guyana, Africa, no? No? I missed something there. Sorry. All what we're doing here and really coming all together is to ensure that we have healthy, well-educated, and happy society, because we have Bhutan here, for a sustainable environment, within sustainable environment. Thank you very much, and have a good evening.
Thank you so much, Hanoch. I think this is exactly what we needed at the end of the day. This was a lot of energy and a lot of spirit. Thank you so much. Dare I ask whether there are any questions? I'll do it. I'll ask, does anyone have a question that really needs to be asked right now? I was made the cop. I was born like that. They told me to be the cop tonight. Most of the colleagues that you see here today on the panel will be there the next few days. So there is another chance to engage with them. Their presentations will be shared. I do look at your faces, and I think that probably this is the time to call it a day. A massive, massive thank you for the discipline and the playing along. Really, thank you so much for just shortening all you wanted to say. And an even bigger thank you for all of you still here in your seats tonight with us. It's a very long day full of substance. I'm not sure there are any other remarks or announcements for today. Other than that, I would say I thank you for the attendance of this session and hand over back to our fabulous moderator of the day.
Thank you. Thank you. So, if we had to give out prizes today for which panel was the fastest, I think panel 4, hands down, would have won this challenge. Thank you very much. I think even though you were very short in your presentations, I think that you did say what needed to be said, brought your point over, and I really appreciate it that you did it in as short as time as was possible, and that you were still able to captivate our audience here. And thank you for that. So if we can please exit the stage, left or right, whichever you prefer. Thank you very much. All right, so now we're going to have just a small wrap up of the day, just so that everybody gets a good idea of what it is that we discussed all day, because we had some very interesting sessions, but also it took some time We've been here since this morning, 9 o'clock, and I'm very happy to see that people are still here. I have not seen anybody nod off yet. I want to please keep your attention for just a while longer. I have some small announcements that I would like to make while waiting for Mrs. Monique Pol to wrap up the session and do the conclusions. Please, when you exit the room, please leave your translation devices on the chairs. You don't have to bring them back because they will be collecting them. That's first. I want to stress for those international guests who have not yet registered for the field trips, who will be here on the 15th and who want to go on one of the field trips. I would like to stress, please, that you register. The registration forms are available at just registration. Register before 12 o'clock tomorrow, because there are some equipment that we have to buy. You will see that you have to say which size shoes you have, which size, yes, boots, because you're going to the mangroves, and we don't want you to get your nice conference shoes dirty, so we have to get you something instead of that, and also t-shirts I saw. So please, for our international guests, if you are here on the 15th and you want to go on one of the field trips, please do that before 12 tomorrow. Also, the badges for those who did not receive their badge yet, the badges can be also picked up at registration tomorrow morning. And for those who have not taken their per diem yet, that can also be done tomorrow at the same place where it was done before. Then let me give you a small overview of the schedule for tomorrow. We have 2 sessions before lunch and after lunch. The session before lunch consists of 2 roundtable discussions with funding partners on specific topics. And in the second part, which will be chaired by the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mrs. Ildis Beagley, that will be a closed session, so that is for the HFLD delegations, and that will be a technical meeting on the Krutu of Paramaribo joint declaration. Now, I do not see she is coming in. After we've had the wrap up, let me do that, because then after the wrap up we can exit immediately, then you don't have to listen to me anymore. After the wrap up and the conclusions, I will ask you, or we will be asked to leave the room through the foyer, because we have an Alakondre Pisiri cultural event. It's an half-an-hour event, the Alakondre Drong, which the event is called the Alakondre Drong, is the Surinamese sound of drums and folklore from our 5 largest ethnic groups: Indigenous, Japanese, Maroons, Indian, and Creole. Mr. Henk Chon and Wilco Barn were the music directors and brought these cultures together in musical harmony. And Alakondre, what does Alakondre mean? Alakondre means every culture, every spirit. So Ala, every, Kondre actually means country, but you can freely translate it, every spirit in harmony. That is it for my part. So yes, we will be putting the presentation up on the website. You can access them through the website. For other information also on the speakers that we've had today, if you did not register through the app, you will not have the app, but you can still go to the website to get that information. And I think that is it. I hope we keep waiting on people all day today. So we will just wait one more moment. yeah. After that was one thing I forgot to mention. After the closed session, we do have a cultural event in the afternoon that we would like you to join. So for those who are not joining in the closed session, we would like to invite you to be part of the cultural event in the afternoon, and that is the Wakapasi cultural event, which will be in the reception of Hotel Torarica, outside of the reception of Hotel Torarica. Yes. All right. So we have our rapporteur, Ms. Monique Paul, who will give a short wrap-up and conclusion. Thank you.
It's always that technology leaves you. I have a small problem with my computer. What is it fast? Okay, yes. So good afternoon. I won't keep you long. This morning's session, agenda item 1, the opening of the session, the Conference on Climate Finance for High Forest Cover Low Deforestation Countries convened at the ballroom of Royal Torarica in Paramaribo, Suriname on the 12th of February 2019. And a word of welcome was delivered by Mr. Winston Lakin, Ambassador for the Environment of the Republic of Suriname. His Excellency Ashwin Adin, Vice President of the Republic of Suriname, opened the conference by delivering an opening statement. The opening concluded with a statement by Mr. Shantanu Mukherjee, Chief Policy Analysis Branch Division for Sustainable Development from the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs. Panel 1, Sustainable Forest Conservation Emergent Science on Forest Integrity and HFLD Countries, agenda item 2. Mr. Cedric Nelom, Acting Director of the National Institute for Environment and Development of Suriname, moderated the session of panel 1. Dr. Russell Mietermaier delivered a statement on the importance of HFLD countries in the global climate picture and spoke about the concept of high forest, low deforestation countries, which originated around 2007. The 11 countries, originally fitting the definition of more than 50% forest cover and an annual deforestation rate of less than 0.22%, accounted together for 18% of total forest carbon in the world. A redefinition of the concept might currently be needed. Forests are worth much more standing than cut down for other land uses. Mr. Mietermaier expressed the hope that the world is now ready to recognize this and act upon it. Dr. Tom Evans delivered a statement on the importance of HFLD countries and regions and asked if we do not have to broaden our thinking to all intact areas with characteristics like HFLD countries. 3 key points from science are that intact forest areas are already losing far more carbon today than realized, are likely to face accelerating rates of loss in the future, have many other exceptional values, notably their resilience. Dr. Rudy van Kanten delivered a statement on science and sustainable development and spoke about how Suriname, a country rich in natural resources, faces the challenge to achieve economic growth and at the same time preserve nature. Research to collect and analyze reliable and accurate data in cooperation with national and international partners is a must to contribute to evidence-based policy and better management practices. Dr. Dana Maniatis and Kimberly Todd spoke about delivered statements on lessons learned from efforts to finance protection of HFLD areas using existing mechanisms and options for enhancing support. Dr. Dana Maniatis spoke about the fact that current NDCs LULUCF sector represents 25% of planned emissions reduction, second to the energy sector. Some REDD Plus countries have highlighted key contributions to be made by forest-related activities to meet their NDC goals. With regard to REDD Plus and UNFCCC, she stated that UNFCCC does not define a HFLD country or make reference to it. Adjustments to the FREL are allowed to account for national circumstances, but UNFCCC does not provide details on what is considered to be an adjustment in the creation of the FREL/RL. Kimberly Todd stated that there are 5 options to enhance support for HFLD countries and areas. These entailed either using current frameworks, for which the most must be made of the current resource-based payments frameworks, or B, decouple what is financed domestically from how results are calculated internationally, and C, think beyond REDD Plus and RBPs. Or modifying global frameworks such as A, adjusting existing climate finance mechanisms, or B, creating enabling conditions within UNFCCC to unlock finance. The discussant, Mr. Jason Funk, spoke about the adaptation to climate impact and said we don't have the full answers yet, but there are promising signs in early warning systems that provide more up-to-date information more quickly. There's a system being developed for collecting data and assess forest stock on a more rapid basis. That is something the US has managed to contribute to, and he said he hoped that would be successful. In panel 2, which was moderated by Mr. Raymond Landveld, Climate Finance, Lessons Learned and Perspectives for the Case of Suriname, Mrs. Temberge made a statement on behalf of the Minister of Finance, and she said that to maintain the status as a HFLD country, Suriname needs positive financial incentives, and this could possibly be done through green bonds, and the Forest of Suriname has contributed already to science significantly. Mr. Brian Renton spoke about environmental changes and opportunities. Climate financing could be very important and relevant to finance capacity building within the private sector and to build platforms and structures for better private-public collaboration. This is crucial to enable sustainable development of the country. Mr. Paul Opquist spoke about forestry, climate change, and forestry climate change finance. He addressed in his statement forest and climate change, where he said that financing for HFLD countries could be an interesting path, but that countries should keep an open mind. He also stated that there are alternative financing options such as green bonds, restoration bonds, surplus cash from large corporations. Ms. Sherry Spiegel, the discussant, spoke about that there is a need for understanding the diversity of the private sector, which is the piece missing in the foreign investments. The yield of bonds is the same for green bonds as it is for any other. She said also that tax breaks could be a way to channel incentives, and spoke about creating a sovereign fund. There were a number of questions, and I'm not going to address these here in this second panel. I haven't received the notes from the rapporteurs for panel 3 and 4, so I should suggest that I can do those tomorrow morning quickly. or present them at the end of the day together with the other notes for the panels for tomorrow. I hope that is sufficient for now, and you will receive all these more in-depth notes from us either tonight or tomorrow morning. Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you very much, Monique Paul. So please, let me invite you to step outside for our Ala Condre Drone cultural event through the foyer. Thank you very much. Have a good night, rest, and we will see you here tomorrow morning at 9.